Good afternoon. My name is James Valentine, and welcome to the externally led patient-focused drug development on chronic hepatitis B. We're coming live to you today from the Washington, D.C. metropolitan area, actually not too far from the U.S. Food and Drug Administration's headquarters in Maryland. To open today's meeting, it is my pleasure to introduce Dr. Sherry Cohen, who's the Senior Vice President of the Hepatitis B Foundation. Dr. Cohen, take it away.
Thank you very much, James. Hello, and welcome to the externally led patient-focused drug development meeting on hepatitis B, hosted by the Hepatitis B Foundation. My name is Sherry Cohen, and I am the Senior Vice President at the Hepatitis B Foundation. It is my pleasure to welcome you to the first ever completely virtual PFDD meeting today. We were honored that the FDA has been in support of us hosting this meeting, and we have been planning since July 2019. The goal today is to document the physical, psychosocial, and professional impacts of living with chronic hepatitis B, and to hear perspectives on current and future treatment from those who are living with hepatitis B infection. We are at a critical juncture in hepatitis B research. There are 27 potential drugs moving through the development pipeline, and we will likely see the initiation of new clinical trials in the near future. It is imperative that we integrate the voice of those living with chronic hepatitis B into the drug development and clinical trial process. In addition to the meeting today, the Foundation has been listening to the needs of people living with hepatitis B. In January, we initiated an online survey that has collected data from over 2,000 people worldwide. We have also conducted over 25 in-depth phone interviews and reviewed thousands of email and telephone consults. Those strategies have informed the design of our meeting today and will help us to build a robust picture of living with hepatitis B from the voices of those most impacted. The meeting today will result in a summary report that can be used by healthcare providers, federal partners, scientific researchers, coalitions, academics, and industry to ensure that the voices of people living with Hep B play a role in hepatitis B elimination programming, drug development, and clinical trial design. I am now going to hand it back over to James Valentine, who will be our moderator for today's meeting. James has worked for the last 12 years as a champion for the patient voice in drug development, starting with his time at FDA, where he was a patient liaison and helped to establish the PFDD initiative. Since leaving FDA 6 years ago, James has been integral to the transition of the PFDD meetings to externally led and has worked with over 20 patient groups to organize and moderate their meetings. The Hepatitis B Foundation has been working closely with James over the past few months to plan this meeting, and we have benefited from his experience and expertise. I know we are in good hands. James, I turn it back over to you.
Thank you, Sherry. Next on our agenda, we have some additional welcoming remarks from another important person from the Hepatitis B Foundation, Dr. Timothy Block. Dr. Block is the president and co-founder of the Hepatitis B Foundation and its research arm, the Baruch S. Blumberg Institute. He is a virologist who changed his area of focus 30 years ago when he learned that his wife had hepatitis B. Today, he is an internationally recognized leader in the field of hepatitis B scientific research and drug discovery, and is a thought leader in this field. Dr. Block?
Thank you very much, Mr. Valentine. This is a big day for the Hepatitis B Foundation and for those of us who are concerned about hepatitis B. So I want to start by giving my thanks to the FDA and to Dr. Sherry Cohen and Joan Block and all the speakers for making this important and exciting meeting possible, and for helping keep our eye on hepatitis B and D at a time when, obviously, there's great demand for attention elsewhere. And I thank each of you for listening and participating. In the middle of this pandemic, I know there are distractions. So the Hepatitis B Foundation is very proud to help put this meeting together. Patient advocacy and linkage to care is what we're all about. When my wife and I and Jan and Paul Woody started the Hepatitis B Foundation 30 years ago, there were very few options for those who were affected by chronic hepatitis B. It was all about prevention and the use of vaccine at that time. Those are very important goals, to be sure, but of little help to those who are already infected. So that's why we wanted new medicines, and that's why we created the Hepatitis B Foundation and the Baruch S. Blumberg Institute. The Blumberg Institute, where I'm sitting right now, is a research organization that was created to find a cure for hepatitis B and D And we at the Blumberg Institute and other research organizations have been working hard for the past 20 years on drug discovery. So the good news is today there's a wave of new, what are called investigational therapeutics out there. As Dr. Cohn mentioned, there are more than 27 clinical trials or drugs shimming up to clinical trials for hepatitis B right now, 5 for hepatitis D. And the really important thing and neat thing is that these new drugs are covering different mechanisms, not just what we've have now. There are immune modulators, capsid inhibitors, siRNAs. Some drugs are given by injection, some orally. And that's why input from people who have hepatitis B and who will be taking these drugs is more important than ever. So again, I appreciate everybody's flexibility in adapting to this format, which, by the way, has helped open up the meeting to almost 1,000 people, something we wouldn't have been able to do before. And I congratulate the Hepatitis B Foundation for all the effort in putting this meeting together, which I observed from the sideline was quite a bit of work. So now I'll sign off and thank Mr. Valentine again, turn it back, and listen to what the community has to say. Thank you all very much.
Great. Thank you, Dr. Block, so much for those remarks. And we're very much looking forward to the rest of this meeting and getting to hear the voices of the patients and their direct caregivers living with chronic hepatitis B. But before we do that, a key partner in this program, and as you'll hear, really the organization that developed this type of this initiative, this patient-focused drug development initiative, is the Food and Drug Administration. And so we're pleased to have an official from the FDA here today to provide some opening remarks, which is Dr. Poonam Mishra. Dr. Mishra is the Deputy Director of Safety in the Division of Antivirals within the Office of Infectious Diseases within FDA's Center for Drug Evaluation and Research. Dr. Mishra has been involved in the development and review of direct-acting antiviral treatments for chronic hepatitis C. She is also actively engaged in drug development of novel therapies for the treatment of chronic hepatitis B and hepatitis D viral infection. Dr. Mishra, welcome to the program.
Thank you, James. Good afternoon, everybody. I would like to welcome everyone. Can you hear me? Good afternoon, everybody. I would like to welcome everyone to today's patient-focused drug development meeting for hepatitis B. I want to start by thanking Hepatitis B Foundation for convening this meeting. As we recognize, we are all in this unprecedented and incredibly challenging time during an ongoing COVID-19 public health emergency. I'm happy to see that so many patients, caregivers, and advocates are able to join us virtually today. Thank you all for being part of this meeting and your willingness to share your experiences with us today. Hepatitis B is a disease of global public health importance. It is a serious and life-threatening condition that can have a significant impact on people's lives. According to the WHO, there are an estimated 257 million carriers of hepatitis B virus worldwide, of whom roughly 600,000 die annually from hepatitis B virus-related liver disease complications. There are up to 2 million people in the United States living with chronic hepatitis B infection. The implementation of effective vaccination programs in many countries has resulted in a significant decrease in the incidence of new hepatitis B virus infections. Nevertheless, hepatitis B remains an important cause of morbidity and mortality globally. FDA shares the patient community's commitment to facilitate the development of safe and effective therapies for hepatitis B to help millions of people that are affected with the disease. Shortly, we will hear from Dr. Anna Lowe, who will discuss the current landscape of treatments for hepatitis B. Currently available treatment options for hepatitis B have benefits and can reduce long-term disease-related complications. But these treatments do have limitations, and potential risks. Most patients require long-term and often lifelong treatment for continued viral suppression, with its associated potential risks of adverse reactions or side effects and emergence of drug resistance. Risk of hepatocellular carcinoma or liver cancer still persists in patients who are virally suppressed, even though at a lower rate. And even in patients adhering to relatively long duration of treatment, hepatitis B surface antigen loss and surface antibody seroconversion is infrequently achieved. So even though we have treatments currently available to manage chronic hepatitis B virus infection, we are here today recognizing that there is more progress to be made and more work to be done to further advance the treatment and management of hepatitis B. While FDA plays a critical role in medical product development, we are just one part of the process. These meetings give FDA and other key stakeholders, including medical product developers, healthcare providers, and federal partners, an important opportunity to hear directly from patients, their families, caregivers, and patient advocates about the symptoms that may matter most to them, the impact the disease has on patients' daily lives, and patients' experiences with currently available treatments. The meeting will also give us a chance to explore important issues as we look forward to research and development in the area of possible finite duration therapies for hepatitis B. These finite duration treatments are intended to control or eliminate hepatitis B virus infection so that no further medications are needed to maintain health. We would like to hear what specific things patients look for in an ideal treatment to manage their condition. This will help inform the focus of new drug development and future clinical trials. We look forward to the opportunity to listen and learn from your unique experiences living with hepatitis B, a lifelong condition. Having this kind of dialogue is extremely valuable for us to understand how patients view the benefits and risks of therapies for hepatitis B. Your input and perspectives really help us and will also help industry and academia to move the drug development process forward, to ensure that new medications meet the needs of people living with chronic hepatitis B infection globally. Once again, we are all here today to hear the voice of the patient. So thank you for your participation. We are grateful to each of you for being here and sharing your personal stories, experiences, and perspectives. Together, we can achieve hepatitis B elimination. Thank you. And I will hand over to you, James, now.
Thank you so much, Dr. Mishra, for both explaining why it is so important that we hear the voice of the patient, particularly in chronic hepatitis B, and the important role that it plays for you and your colleagues at the FDA. So we really appreciate not only your participation today, but the participation of all of the FDA officials that are tuning in live to hear, listen, and learn from patients and caregivers. So before we move into the part of the agenda where we will start to hear from patients and caregivers, we wanted to give an overview of chronic hepatitis B and the current treatment landscape. And to do that, we're pleased to have Dr. Anna Locke. Dr. Locke is the Assistant Dean for Clinical Research, Professor of Hepatology, and Director of Clinical Hepatology at the University of Michigan. She served as the 68th President of the American Association for the Study of Liver Disease, also known as AASLD, as well as co-authored the Management and Treatment Guidelines for Chronic Hepatitis B, both for the AASLD as well as the World Health Organization, truly a thought leader in this space. So Dr. Locke, welcome to the program.
Well, thank you, James, for the very kind introduction. And I would like to also thank the Hepatitis B Foundation for organizing this very important meeting. So I was tasked to provide a brief background on hepatitis B, where we are with the current treatment, and where we will be going to. So next slide. First of all, how common is hepatitis B? If you look at what percent of the US population are affected, it seems to be a small proportion, 0.3%. However, if you look at the absolute number, it is a fairly substantial number, which ranges from less than 1 million to just over 2 million, depending on the source of the data. What is most important to know is that many people who are infected do not realize that they're infected. In fact, only roughly 1/3 know that they are currently infected. Next slide. So what happens when people get infected with hepatitis B? People get an acute infection, which may not have symptoms, but many go on to chronic infection, more so if they were infected at a younger age. Among the people with chronic infection, there are the dreaded complications of progressing to cirrhosis, liver failure, and liver cancer. We all know that the most effective way of preventing or eliminating hepatitis B is to have everyone vaccinated. However, as we've heard, among the people already infected, what can we do? Well, antiviral treatment can suppress the virus and prevent progression of the disease to cirrhosis and liver cancer. It also can contribute to reducing the number of infections because by reducing the viral load in these patients, they're less likely to transmit the infection. Next slide. So what do we hope to achieve when we treat patients? Well, the best thing is if we can completely eliminate the virus. For those who are already infected, we want to be able to reverse the liver damage, prevent progression to cirrhosis and liver cancer, improve the quality of life, reduce the symptoms, and remove the stigma of carrying hepatitis B infection. Next slide. Well, what treatment do we have currently? Our current treatments are very limited. They fall into two large groups of drugs. One called interferon. Pegylated interferon is just a long-acting form of interferon, but it has to be given as injections once a week, generally speaking, for 1 year. The problem is that it is associated with many side effects, and after 1 year of gruesome treatment, only roughly 20% or 1 in 5 will have a durable benefit. The other group will be the oral antivirals, which currently are mainly two drugs, entecavir and two different types of tenofovir. They're taken by mouth once a day. The good news is that they're associated with very few side effects, and they're very effective in suppressing the virus, but they don't completely get rid of the virus. And therefore, most patients require long-term treatment because when you stop treatment, the virus will bounce back. Next slide. How do we know if the treatment is working? Well, because we use antiviral treatment, the first thing is to measure if the viral level goes down and down to undetectable. We want to see if the liver disease is getting better. So we want to know if the liver enzymes decrease back to normal. For patients who are also hepatitis B e antigen positive, that usually represents an earlier stage of infection, we want that to go from positive to negative. Hepatitis B surface antigen is the primary marker of infection, and we also want that to go away. Ideally, we want to completely eradicate the virus. We want to also prevent progression to cirrhosis and liver cancer and prevent liver failure. Now, you can see that I indicate the number of checks and the size of the check. That indicates what we can accomplish with current treatments. We do a pretty good job in suppressing the virus, normalizing the liver enzymes, and we can prevent progression to cirrhosis and liver failure. But we don't do as good a job in getting rid of the virus protein, the E antigen, the S antigen, very, very small percentage. We hardly can say that we eradicate the virus. we do with the current treatment reduce the risk of liver cancer, but not completely. Next slide. So why is it so difficult to completely get rid of the virus? Well, the hepatitis B virus is a very smart virus. It can integrate into the patient's own DNA. So once it gets into our own DNA, it becomes very difficult to completely get rid of it. The hepatitis B virus also exists in a special form, which we call the cccDNA. It hides in the liver cell nucleus, where it makes new virus and new virus proteins. And the current treatment that we have does very little in suppressing this special form of cccDNA. So these special DNA live in the liver cells for many, many years. We also know that people chronically infected have impaired ability to mount an immune response to hepatitis B. They're not generally immunosuppressed. They can fight COVID-19 just as well as other people, but they just don't manage to fight the hepatitis B virus. Next slide. So when we think about curing hepatitis B, we have to ask ourselves, is it really possible? Well, in the purest sense, it may be very difficult. The purest sense would mean we get rid of every trace of the virus, including the virus that has already been integrated into the patient's own DNA. That probably is going to be very, very difficult. But we're now talking about a functional cure, which essentially means that we silence the virus, push it into a corner, keep it in a corner, but the virus is not completely gone. By that, we mean that patients would become hepatitis B surface antigen, as well as hepatitis B virus DNA negative. After we finish a course of treatment, we stop the treatment, and the virus still stays in a corner. Now, with current treatment, we can accomplish that, but in a very small proportion. Actually, even without treatment, we sometimes see that the virus burns out, and this functional cure can be accomplished in roughly 1% of patients every year. So I sometimes jokingly tell the patients, if you live to 100 years, then the virus might be gone. But with the current treatment, with interferon, 1 year of treatment, roughly 5 to 10% of patients might get there. With the oral treatment, it takes longer, even after 5 years of continuous treatment, roughly 1 to 8%. So the goal of the new treatment is to push this up to maybe 30% at least, and with a shorter duration of treatment, maybe 1 or 2 years. That's our hope. Now, whether we can get there would still require a lot of hard work. But we know that if we can achieve functional cure, there's a decreased risk of liver cancer. And when patients become surface antigen negative, it removes the stigma of hepatitis B infection. Next slide. So what are the steps? Well, right now, the current treatment essentially just blocks one step in the hepatitis B life cycle. Now, if we can get some additional drugs, we might be able to block 2 or more steps in the hepatitis B virus life cycle. But we will also need to block the surface antigen production and then boost the immune response. If we do it either stepwise or simultaneously, we might be able to achieve a cure. Next slide. Well, I don't expect that you would read through the details, but this really shows that the hepatitis B virus life cycle is complicated. There are many, many different steps. We currently have treatment, the interferon and the oral antiviral in the brown box. So we're stopping just 2 steps in the virus life cycle. But the blue boxes indicate the new drugs that are currently in clinical trials that attack other steps in the virus life cycle. So if we're able to pick the right combination, we might be able to achieve a better suppression of the virus and also reduce the virus protein production. Next slide. Now, before I finish, I also want to briefly mention the hepatitis B virus or the Delta virus. This is a very unique virus. It only happens in patients with hepatitis B. And worldwide, it's been estimated that between 5% to 30% of people with hepatitis B also are infected with the hepatitis B virus. And B plus D equals bad. It really is bad because it increases the risk of cirrhosis and liver cancer. It's also bad because we currently have no approved treatment. Interferon has been shown to have some benefit, but not very high proportion of patients. And the oral antivirals, entecavir and tenofovir, are not effective. But what is exciting is that some of the new drugs that are currently developed for hepatitis B may also be effective for the Delta virus by blocking virus entry into liver cells and also by decreasing hepatitis B surface antigen production. Next slide. So there's a lot of excitement. We've heard that many new drugs are in development, but there are also a lot of challenges because the current oral antivirals are very safe. So we need to make sure that these new drugs are just as safe. Not only do they need to be effective, but they need to be just as safe. The oral drugs are very convenient. You swallow a pill once a day. And these oral drugs are going generic, so the cost is coming down. So the new drugs, if they work better, they should also be convenient and they should not be a lot more expensive because we need these drugs to be accessible to patients. We need to make sure that they can be given to patients whether they have mild liver disease or whether they have decompensated cirrhosis, because the current oral antiviral drugs are so safe that you can use it in patients with liver cancer with advanced cirrhosis, and we need the new drugs to be just as applicable. The challenge, and this is the reason why we have Dr. Misher from FDA, is how do we develop the most efficient way of testing these new drugs? What patient population should we study it in? What would be the right study design that can give us the answer that when it becomes available in the general population, that would work just as well? From a patient perspective, we also would need your help because when I'm asked to test new drugs and I talk to my patients, many of them are very scared. They say that I have a treatment that works very well, that is safe, that is very convenient. Should I really take the risk of testing something new that you're not sure? Well, if no one is willing to test new drugs, we'll never get an answer. And so we also need to figure out what would motivate patients to be willing to test new drugs so that we can make advancement compared to what we currently have. And I'd like to thank Hepatitis B Foundation again for inviting me, and I look forward to hearing your perspective. Thank you very much.
Great. Thank you so much, Dr. Locke, for providing that clinical overview of hepatitis B and framing some of the key issues that we want to hear from today. So now we actually turn to that part of the meeting where we get to hear from you, individuals living with hepatitis B, as well as the direct caregivers, family members of those persons living with hepatitis B, to share your experiences and your perspectives on living with this condition and, as was forecasted, also understanding your current treatment approaches and what you would be looking for from future treatments, as well as what you would consider in making decisions about participating in clinical trials. So as you've heard and might have a sense of now, patient-focused drug development is really a more systematic way of gathering patient perspectives on their condition and on available treatments. As you heard from FDA's Dr. Mishra, your input can really help inform the agency's understanding of chronic hepatitis B infection to help inform drug development and review, not only for the agency, but also for other stakeholders like academia, as well as drug developers. I would note that this really is a unique opportunity for your voices to be heard. And in fact, many patient communities have yet to have such an opportunity. I can tell you that FDA has held 26 of its own patient-focused drug development meetings. Today marks the 33rd externally led patient-focused drug development meeting. And due to the ongoing COVID-19 pandemic, this is the first fully virtual patient-focused drug development meeting of any kind. So we're very eager to have this truly be an interactive session, and I'm going to share with you a little bit of an overview of how we're going to accomplish that together today. So again, today's meeting is intended to be fully interactive with you, those individuals living with hepatitis B and caregivers that are tuned in today. We're going to break up today into two main topics. First, we're going to be exploring the patient and caregiver experience with living with hepatitis B and the impacts that living with the disease has on your life daily. We're then going to build in a second discussion once we've understood a bit of the burdens and impacts in your life, to then explore the various treatment approaches that you have available to you and get a sense of how well those are working, what might be the downsides, as well as we'll be asking you about your preferences for future treatment and about participation in clinical trials. So within each of those two overarching discussions, we have a number of ways that we're going to be engaging with all of you. And they're really broken down into three main methods. First, we're going to be hearing from a panel in each of those two topics. The panel consists of patients and caregivers of individuals with hepatitis B. These panelists have prepared statements that will be displayed that help set a good foundation for the discussion. They're going to be sharing their own personal experiences. They were selected to help represent a range of different experiences. And what we hope to do is use those panelist statements as a springboard to launch into a broader discussion with the rest of you that are following along live, to help build on that, understand maybe things that you have in common with what the panelists shared, other experiences that weren't shared by any of our panelists, to really help round out the discussion. So once we've completed those panelist presentations, we're going to broaden our discussion with you through some polling questions. So this we'll be using polling software, and I'll describe how you'll be able to do that, but you'll actually be able to use your phone, your cell phone if you have it right in front of you. You can open up a new web browser on your computer, and you'll be able to follow along and answer and provide responses to the different polling questions that we have for you. And we'll be going to those polling questions throughout each of our different discussions to help get a sense of the different experiences and preferences that we have. But then we really want to drill down and get some of your personal experiences, hear some stories from you about those experiences, and we're going to do that through an actual live conversation today. You can think of it almost as like a teletown hall. We're going to be, I'll be posing some discussion questions to you, and we'll ask that if you have a experience or a perspective that you would like to share, we'd like for you to either telephone in, and I'll be providing that phone number when we get to that time, and you'll be able to call in and actually speak with me and to the audience live. There's also an opportunity to provide written comments in real time. You'll see below your live stream on the web page that there's a little comment form that you can fill out, and we're monitoring those comments live, and I'll be sharing some of those throughout. But I should note that we may not be able to get to all of those written comments today. However, we will be capturing all of those, and importantly, all of the input from today will be taken into account when the Hepatitis B Foundation puts together its Voice of the Patient report. And this is the summary report that will capture all of the input from today and from some of the other ways that the Hepatitis B Foundation has been collecting the patient perspective. We'll also be extending the comment period, so we'll keep that comment box open until the end of the month, so June 30th. So just know that today is not necessarily your only opportunity to provide input. If you walk away at the end of the day feeling that there was something left unsaid, maybe you think of something later after having participated in the meeting, or maybe you're watching this recording on demand. You weren't able to attend the live meeting. If you watch this and you have a comment to share before June 30th, we would love for you to provide those comments in writing. So before we get to our first set of polling questions, which are some demographic polling questions to get a sense of who we have in the audience, I want to provide a few ground rules for today. So first and foremost, this is a unique and important opportunity for you all to, in the hepatitis B patient community to share your perspectives. So I do encourage you, both individuals living with hepatitis B as well as direct caregivers and family members, whether that you're a parent, a spouse, a child, anyone that has that close caring relationship, to please participate in the polling questions. Please call in, please submit written comments. We are limiting this input to individuals with hepatitis B and their family members or direct caregivers. The FDA, drug developers, clinicians, and researchers are here to listen, so they won't be chiming in via those different methods. They're going to be hearing the outputs and listening and learning. I will note that the views expressed today are inherently personal. We're asking you questions about your personal experience with your condition, and we understand that the discussion may get emotional at times. So we just ask that as you're participating, you please respect one another. Respect is paramount for the success of this meeting. And to that end, I do ask that you try to be focused and concise in your comments, so that way we can hear as many voices as possible throughout today. So thank you for bearing with me while we just oriented you a little bit to this meeting format, but let's get to it. If we can go to our polling questions, this is going to be the time for you to pull out your cell phone, open up that new tab in your browser, and type in www.pollev.com/HepB or HEPB. You can see this URL listed at the top of the slide that is being projected right now. So I'll give you a moment to go ahead and enter in that website, pull out your phone. Again, we're asking just patients and their direct caregivers to respond to polling questions today. So while everyone's doing that, I'll go ahead and read our first question. We want to know if you are either a person living with hepatitis B or if you're a family member or other direct caregiver of someone living with hepatitis B. So you can enter your response options, either A, if you're a patient, or B, if you are a caregiver. So we'll give you some time, knowing this is the first polling question, to get oriented to the polling technology. Again, you can do it on your cell phone, you can do it in a web browser. You will be going back to this throughout the day, and I will remind you, as well as remind any new viewers that we might have on how to do this. But here we want to get a sense of the breakdown of our participants in terms of people living with hepatitis B versus those that are representing individuals with hepatitis B as a caregiver or family member. So we'll give you just a few more moments to go ahead and respond to this. Some of these demographic polling questions will be hopefully a little simpler, and then we'll be asking you some harder questions to really consider later in the program. But here we're hoping just to get a sense of who it is that we have represented today. So while the final kind of polling results are coming in for this first question, it looks like around 2/3 of our participants are persons living with hepatitis B, and about a third of our participants are caregivers and family members. So thank you. Can we go to our second polling question? So here and throughout, we're going to be asking questions. They're framed for the patient. However, we would like, if you're a caregiver, to respond to these questions on behalf of the person living with hepatitis B. So here the question is, where do you currently reside? Or if you're a caregiver, where does the person living with hepatitis B currently reside? More likely than not, that's going to be the same place if you're a direct caregiver. But the options are A, the United States, B, Europe, C, the Middle East, D, Africa, E, Asia, F, Australia, G, Canada, H, South or Central America, or I, some other area not listed on this slide. So again, please just let us know where you currently reside. All right, we'll give you just a few more moments. It looks like, perhaps not surprisingly, we are by and far most represented in the United States, with about just over 80% of you being located in the United States. However, we do have representation from Europe, Asia, including India, Australia, and Canada. We can go to our third demographic question. So here we would like to know how you identify, or if you're a caregiver, how the patient that you care for identifies. The options are A, male, B, female, C, a gender variant or non-conforming, or D, if you prefer not to answer. So please respond with how you, if you're a patient, or if you're a caregiver, the patient that you care for, how do they identify? A, male, or B, female, C, gender variant or non-conforming, or D, if you prefer not to answer. Looks like results are still trickling in. At this moment, it seems pretty well distributed between male and female, with no one representing gender variant or non-conforming, or anyone that would prefer not to answer. Okay, we can move to our fourth polling question. So this question is, how old are you? Or of course, if you're a caregiver, how old is the patient that you care for? The options are A, younger than 18 years, B, 18 to 30 years, C, 31 to 50 years, D, 51 to 60 years, or E, greater than 60 years of age. Again, we're asking how old are you, the patient, or how old is the patient that you care for? All right, we'll give you just a few more moments to get in your response here. As it currently stands, it looks like our groups that are most represented are patients aged 31 to 50, followed by those aged greater than 60, though close behind that are those aged 51 to 60. We do have some representation from those in the patients that are aged 18 to 30. And as it stands, we have no patients represented that are younger than 18 years of age. Okay, if we can go to our next polling question. So here we want to get a little bit of a sense in this and our next polling question, which will close out our demographic polling, a little bit of your experience with chronic hepatitis B. So here we want to know, when were you diagnosed, or the patient that you care for, how long ago were they diagnosed? Less than 1 year ago for A, B, between 1 and 5 years ago, C, 6 to 10 years ago, D, more than 10 years ago, or E, if you can't remember how long ago you or the person you care for were diagnosed with chronic hepatitis B. We'll give you just a few more moments to do the math backwards a little bit and answer this question for us. As it stands, it looks like the greatest majority are those that were diagnosed more than 10 years ago, about 3/4 rather, with that experience. However, we do have just under 10% that were diagnosed less than a year ago, same for between 1 to 5 years, and then a few in the 6 to 10 year range. No one is reporting that they don't remember. Okay, if we can go to our final demographic polling question. And so here we would like to get a sense of your primary reason for you or the person you care for being tested for hepatitis B in the first place. Please review this and select the one that option that most closely resembles your primary reason for being tested, which is A, there was a free community screening event. B, you were tested during pregnancy. C, a family member was diagnosed with hepatitis B, so you were worried that you may be infected. D, you were having symptoms. E, your doctor recommended it. F, you donated blood and received a letter that you had tested positive. G, it was a pre-work requirement. Or H, some other primary reason for being tested that's not listed on this slide. I'll give you just a few more moments here. Please select the primary reason that you or your loved one was tested for hepatitis B. We can see already that there's a great deal of people listing other. So there clearly is a wide range of reasons that people are tested for hepatitis B. Of some of the options given, the one with the highest proportion is a family member was diagnosed, so you were worried. After that, it looks like because your doctor recommended it. However, there's good representation across each of these different reasons, perhaps with the least common reason being that there was a free community screening event. But again, I think these results really show that there's a wide range of primary reasons for being tested. So with that, we're going to conclude our demographic polling. And thank you all so much for participating in that. Again, we'll be coming back to this throughout all of our different discussions throughout today. So now we're going to move into our first topic, which is living with chronic hepatitis B, and a discussion of the symptoms and disease impacts. And so in this session, we're going to be first hearing from a panel, but then have a discussion with all of you about a number of topics related to this. We're going to want to understand the different physical symptoms as well as disease progression and how that has impacted your daily life, and what are the most significant impacts. We're going to want to know what those impacts were in terms of your personal, your social, and your professional life. Not only do we want to know in this topic about what is currently most burdening you in daily life, but also what you're most worried about in terms of living with chronic hepatitis B, and perhaps thinking a little bit about your worries for the future. And then an important topic in this community, I know, is we want to have a discussion about any feelings of stigma or discrimination you may have experienced as a result of this. And so to get us kicked off on this topic, we have a panel of members of your community who have been very gracious in being willing to share their stories to help us get started here. And so to lead us off today, we have a panel made up of Bright, David, Alice, and Randy. We'll go ahead and get it started with Bright's statement first.
The physical impact of hepatitis B, my experience. My name is Bright Ansah. I was born and raised in Ghana, West Africa for most of my life. I immigrated to the US in 2007. I currently live in Maryland. My journey with hepatitis B started in 2014. One of the first symptoms I experienced was fatigue, which is still impacting me today. In January of 2014, I noticed that I was feeling more tired than usual. I did not take it seriously because I was taking some college classes, working full-time at a physically demanding job, and serving in the Army Reserves at the same time. But the fatigue continued, and the frequency began to affect most of my days. I consulted with my doctor about my concern, and that is when I was diagnosed with chronic hepatitis B. I wake up every morning tired, even before I try doing anything. Nothing helps, not even 12 hours of sleep. I will still wake up feeling even more tired. Some days I wake up feeling a little better, thinking I can get something accomplished, but guess what? I crash only an hour or two later. Occasionally, it feels as if something zaps or sucks the energy out of me. I immediately feel drained and have to find a bed to lie down or somewhere to sit. In addition to the chronic fatigue, I also have unexplained chronic muscular pains. I experience this pain in my lower back, neck, and on top of my shoulders to my upper back. No one medically really knows what is causing this pain. Many medical tests have been done, but the results have all been negative except for hepatitis B. The pain and the fatigue usually happen in tandem and make it extremely hard to get anything accomplished. On days that I experience this pain, the muscles around my neck, shoulders, and back will tighten up, ache, and feel as if I have a hard rod running along my spine. It is hard to drive some days, cook, or even to help with cleaning in and around the house. Because most pain medications can be tough on the liver, I am limited to what I can safely take. For me, the physical impact of hepatitis B has been debilitating and huge. I have been unable to work since 2016 because of the fatigue and muscular pains. Yet, I have been told that my condition is not serious enough, that I am too young and should learn to adjust. I have been denied Social Security disability multiple times. I have been living at a friend's place for the last 3+ years as I could not afford to keep my apartment since I was unable to work. I love playing sports, but unfortunately, I have not been able to do that anymore. In the process, I have also been diagnosed with asthma. With all this combined, I have not been able to play tennis, run, hike, or ride a bicycle for a while. My fatigue and pain have forced me to live a sedentary lifestyle, which is not like me at all. It is hard to tell how it is going to be from one day to another, so I live by the moment. I have been struggling a lot these last 2 years because of my symptoms. They seem to have become worse and are affecting my daily life more now than they did in the past years. I love cooking, but it takes time and my body just does not cooperate well. I'm not able to hang out with friends as much as I wish. So many times I make appointments to meet up with friends, but then I have to call and cancel because I do not have the energy to get out of bed, let alone to drive. I do not participate in any school extracurricular activities, mostly because of chronic fatigue and pains. On my best days, I can drive to my medical appointment in Baltimore alone or cook a complete meal at home. On my worst days, I can barely do simple tasks such as getting out of bed and walking to the bathroom or kitchen to get something to eat or drink. I'm currently studying for a degree in social work, and as part of the program, I'm required to do an 8-month field placement starting in September of this year. I've been worried and concerned as to whether I can do it. At school, I've relied heavily on accommodations to get to this point, but my field placement accommodations may be limited. I will need to complete 16 hours each week, and I worry that even with any accommodations, this is going to be a tough 8 months for me. Currently, it is more difficult not knowing and not having control over which days will be good or bad. It just happens. This has become my new headache and stress. It is an exhausting life when you are experiencing something this difficult, feeling like you are the only person that fully understands what is going on. While some people around you or even those in position of authority, like school instructors, doctors, government officials, or work supervisors, think that it is all in your head and you are just being lazy. It robs you of the little dignity you have left. A million times, I have wished I had never had this virus, that it will leave my body and never return again.
Hello, my name is David Urich. I'm 31 years old and live in Ann Arbor, Michigan. I was adopted from Seoul, South Korea when I was 5 months old. I've lived with hepatitis B for most of my life, as my biological mother transmitted the virus to me when I was born. My adoptive parents knew of my hepatitis B status when they were given my adoption file, and in a huge show of unconditional love, they adopted me regardless and educated themselves as best they could about the disease. Throughout my childhood, I was raised like most other children. The main difference was that I was taken to the doctor's office more often than most kids were, and received blood draws on a semi-annual basis. Not knowing any better, I never questioned these blood draws, and I didn't talk about hepatitis B until years later. Thinking back on those times, it's extremely difficult to imagine my life without actively knowing about my Hep B. When I was 13 years old, I remember being taken to the doctor by my parents one day after school. I cannot remember much specifically from this day. It seems like a series of blurry images with muffled audio. What I do remember is that I was given a crash course in hepatitis B and what it meant to be a chronic carrier. My body shivered in fear and confusion. My arms and legs went numb, and I started to sweat while the doctor explained that it could be transmitted through blood. I remember feeling very disappointed when I was told to stay away from alcohol. I was in 8th grade at the time. I had a pretty diverse friend group and was becoming interested in dating. Drinking, sex, and parties were starting to come up in conversation, and I was excited about the prospects of my teenage years. I felt fairly comfortable in my skin, especially for being a teenager. That all changed after that day. When I got home from the doctor's office, I couldn't help but feel extreme dread about returning to school. How would I keep the secret, and what if someone found out and told everyone? Would I be ostracized? How in the world would I tell any of my friends about this? The possibility of transmission and fear of others' reactions to my hepatitis B is what has been most impactful in my life. Having a chronic transmittable disease has led me to be very selective about who I tell my status and in what context I tell them. I waited until I was 18 years old to talk about my status with any of my friends, and it wasn't until my 20s that I could talk openly with a therapist about fears and worries related to Hep B. You can never know exactly how someone else will react to you, and that is painful to think about sometimes. I've made new friendships throughout my life where I have felt completely lost as to how to talk about Hep B or even whether to talk about it at all. I've avoided potential friendships because of fear of rejection. Even with old friendships, it's been very difficult sometimes to explain the basics of this illness without making people very anxious. Towing the line between managing who knows about my status and how much I tell them has been very difficult for me. Dating has been a turbulent practice most of my life. I'm so grateful to have met a wonderful partner and best friend last year. But before that, the dating world was especially daunting for someone with a transmittable disease. When and how do I tell them about my status? How will they react? These are questions that don't have the same answers depending on who you are talking about. People have different expectations for things, and I've learned throughout my experiences with dating that it's different for different people. Clear and honest communication from my end has seemed to work out the best overall. Positive depictions of hepatitis B in the media are few and far between. I've never seen anyone positively talk about hepatitis B in any commercial, movie, or TV show I've ever watched. Hep A, B, and C might as well be the same disease. Some people look at others with these diseases and think of them as less than human. I blame this on a glaring lack of empathy and sex education in the United States. If someone only relates the word hepatitis with dirty, filthy, and disgusting, it's hard to re-educate from there. Being on medication and not knowing if I'll be able to stop taking it is also a cause of worry for me. I've been taking tenofovir alafenamide, or TAF, since June of last year. I had gotten a liver biopsy done a few months earlier and was taking another drug until switching. TAF is working very well in my body so far. My viral load has been reduced to undetectable levels, which gives me some relief knowing I'm potentially less contagious. While I do take medication, it does cause me anxiety from time to time. I don't know if I'll ever be able to stop. For now, the side effects have been minimal, but what if that changes? I still have a lot of good years ahead of me, and thinking about taking this pill for the rest of my life doesn't exactly make me happy. I hope someday I can think of stopping the medication as a real possibility. Physically, my chronic hepatitis B has gotten better over time. The fear and anxiety I feel do vary quite a bit. Talking about concerns with my doctors and loved ones make me feel empowered, but I don't always have that strength every day. Since I've gotten involved with the Hepatitis B Foundation, I can see a glaring lack of funding and need for more awareness. I can only hope that someday I can look and not see.
My name is Alice. I live in Sacramento, California, and was born and raised in Hong Kong. I grew up in a traditional Chinese family where talking about illness is taboo. My parents always remind us not to talk about illness because it can jinx your well-being. When we were not feeling well, home and herbal remedies always came first. We could only visit a doctor if the illness got worse. As I recall, my family tends to feel shame for having a chronic illness and were afraid of being isolated from friends and relatives around us if they knew. So we usually did not disclose our health condition, always keeping it a secret among ourselves. I was first diagnosed with hepatitis B during my first pregnancy in the 1980s. I was shocked that I have been living with Hep B and didn't know. I recall an incident that my friends has noticed jaundice in my eyes when I was a teenager. But my parents did not express any concern and told me the jaundice will go away in a few days. And it did. I then learned my mom also had the virus and that it was probably transmitted to me at birth. My mother expressed that she was ashamed to tell me because Hep B has been stigmatized throughout history. Her lack of knowledge about Hep B put all of her children at risk for mother-to-child transmission and serious complications in life due to chronic hepatitis B. I also learned then that some of my siblings have chronic Hep B. My two children were protected from Hep B infections because I was cared for by a dedicated OBGYN to provide full protocols to prevent mother-to-child transmission. My children received the first dose of Hep B vaccine and immunoglobulin shot at birth. Then, they completed the 3-shot series. They tested negative for Hep B at 1 year of age. As my oldest brother died of liver cancer in his middle age, I did not want to suffer the same fate as my brother. When my family doctor informed me that I have a 25% chance of getting liver cancer, I felt very distressed and depressed about the unknown in my future. I puzzled if there's anything that I can do to slow the liver damage, to live a normal life without being discriminated against or isolated. Medications can help and stop the disease to progress so that I would be able to raise my children to adulthood. My doctor, however, did not recommend any treatment or use of medications. I was monitored by blood tests every 6 months and ultrasound of the liver annually. So far, I have not taken any medications for Hep B treatment. I have opted to adjust my lifestyle in the hope to build a stronger body to fight against the chronic infection. I have been thinking positively that I can overcome the burden of a chronic hepatitis B infection by doing the right thing for myself. I believe all the activities have worked to improve my liver health because I have feel stronger and less fatigued. I am happy to know that my viral load has remained low and my liver ultrasound continued to be normal. As a parent, I chose to be open with my family and my children on health-related matters. I became involved in raising awareness in the local Asian communities. I believe knowledge is power. As my children attended Chinese language school during weekends, it gave me the opportunity to educate some parents about Hep B facts, myths, vaccination, and testing. To this end, it helped me to overcome the fear of isolation and focus on the positive, because I wanted everyone to know that Hep B can be prevented by testing and vaccination. Although I continue to do outreach to promote hepatitis B prevention in the community, I have not disclosed my liver status openly until 2018. At that time, I participated in a training to become a Hep B storyteller in the Just B campaign sponsored by the Hep B Foundation. During the 3-day storytelling workshop, I was empowered by the experience of engaging with other people living with HBV and family members impacted by the disease, and seeing how everyone was able to share their stories without hesitation or feeling of shame. The Just Be workshop sparked amazing changes in me to openly discuss my chronic Hep B. I was full of hope that living with Hep B is not disgraceful, and that I am grateful to be part of the Hep B community working to find a cure and end the virus.
Hello, my name is Randy Pendleton. I live in Port Orchard, Washington with my wife of 26 years. I met her while I was stationed in Anjanri, South Korea in Camp Humphreys from 1993 through 94. We met, fell in love, and got married there. Then we moved on to England where we had 2 sons. I don't have hepatitis B, but my wife does, and my youngest son does. My deepest hope is that someday there will be a cure for hepatitis B. Thank you for this opportunity to share our family story. Both of our sons were vaccinated for hepatitis B. I wish I'd have known that it wasn't necessarily foolproof. We just thought it was going to be okay. My wife contracted hepatitis B through the birthing process. All of her siblings have hepatitis B. In 2006, my wife's mom passed away. It was shortly after that that she took testing very seriously and found out that she needed to take both entecavir and adafovir to keep her levels in check. She's doing good right now with her levels, and the doctor says her levels are almost non-existent, but she still takes the medicine today. Then in 6th grade, we had both sons tested for hepatitis B. Our oldest son showed signs of hepatitis B virus, but was not sick and did not require medication. Our sons entered 8th grade, and upon that time frame, our youngest son showed signs that he was interested in attending the Naval Academy. This is an extremely difficult task to get into the Naval Academy. It requires exceptional grades and strong leadership qualities. But he started his journey at that time. His dream started. And at that point, he really was working hard on his grades, and he showed signs of interest in the local high school's Navy Junior ROTC program. They allowed him to start attending in 9th grade, even though he still was in junior high. Our son excelled in the Navy Junior ROTC program, and then in his junior year, he was one of only 3 cadets who were selected to attend the Northwest Navy Junior ROTC Academy. Later, he eventually secured his nomination, and we accompanied him to Maryland, where we saw him swear in a grand ceremony. It was amazing, and then he was off for 8 weeks of extreme, intense boot camp. Phone calls were few and far between, and we were already making plans to return to Maryland to see the graduation from basic training. And as excited as we were to see him swear in, we were about to experience the absolute opposite feeling and have our lives irrevocably changed. He called one day. We were so excited to talk to him. We were telling him of all our plans to come see him and bring our grandfather, his grandfather, to see him. We were going to be so excited to be there for him. And he said, "Dad, don't get too excited about that." He says, "I popped solid for hepatitis B." We were in complete disbelief. We reminded him that he had tested negative for hepatitis B back in 6th grade. Later that week, he had some more tests taken at Bethesda Naval Hospital, and they confirmed that result. He did, in fact, have hepatitis B. We later found out that you can't serve in any branch of the military, officer or enlisted, if you have hepatitis B. At this point, my wife was beside herself. There's been nothing I can say to take the pain away. She blames herself for killing our son's dream. I tell her that's not true, and it's not for you to pick up. I hope no one ever has to go through what we did. The disappointment is devastating, and we continually live with it. I believe that time does heal all wounds, but for us, it's just hard to move on. Last year was would have been our son's graduation from the Naval Academy. I just happened to be channel flipping that year, come across the graduation ceremony where the guys were throwing their hats in the air. I just hung my head and cried. To think what could have been is a constant thought that we have a difficult time letting go of. When others speak about their kids' accomplishments, we just find it difficult to participate in that kind of conversation, or even be around others who like to brag about their kids. Not necessarily because that's wrong, but if we share our story, it would be like pouring cold water on the conversation. We don't have very many friends and we don't go out very much. My wife doesn't even speak to her family all that much back in Korea, although that has changed recently due to the coronavirus. And I have been excited about that prospect, not only for her, but for I as well. That's one positive thing that's happened as a result of this pandemic. Later, we had our whole family tested again for hepatitis B. At that point, we found out that our oldest son, who we thought had the hepatitis B, no longer shows any signs of hepatitis B whatsoever. And our youngest son still has hepatitis B. The only explanation for that is that the test that we had the kids take back in 6th grade was somehow mixed up. After this, our son showed an amazing degree of maturity. He decided to go back to his Naval Academy preparatory school to finish his associate's degree. After graduation, he came back home and he looked for work around the area but found none. He decided to move back to Alabama, where he now has moved in with some other friends of his, and he works at a local hospital where he's been handpicked to set up a surgical ward with supplies. He's working really hard to try to overcome the things that have happened to him. And we're very proud of him. How amazing would it have been to have a pill, an injection, or some other kind of treatment that my son could have gotten at the Naval Academy. He could have continued on, and he would have been a naval officer today. Please put more effort, more resources into curing hepatitis B. So many lives depend upon it. Recently, we learned that my wife's brother had a portion of his liver removed due to hepatitis B and the effects of it. I thank you for this opportunity, and I hope that someday there will be a cure.
I want to thank our panelists for being so brave to work and think about, their personal experiences and putting that down onto paper and being willing to share that with our audience today. So truly bright, David, Alice, and Randy, thank you so much for doing that. We're now going to continue this conversation about living with chronic hepatitis B, and this is our first opportunity to do so with our live audience today. So for those of you that are following along, this is your chance to telephone in or submit written comments in the submission box below the live stream as I present a various number of different discussion questions that we'll be working together today. You'll also see on the screen a number of familiar faces, some our panelists, as well as a couple of other individuals from your community that will also be participating in this live conversation. So if I can first have our discussion questions. So today, these are the questions that you just heard our panelists speak to, but that I'll also be asking you about. We're going to be asking you how have the physical symptoms or liver disease associated with your chronic hepatitis B impacted your daily life? And importantly, what are the things that you view as being the most significant impacts in your life? Related to that, we want to know what the impact of your diagnosis and your experience with the disease has had on your personal, social, and professional life. Related also is what worries you have about living with chronic hepatitis B, knowing that while you may have many day-to-day impacts, there may be some things that are in the future that are on the horizon that may worry you and that you may want to share with us today. And then I think a cross-cutting element that certainly this community experiences is the stigma and discrimination as a result of this diagnosis, and that may be related to many of these topics we're talking about. So we'll certainly want to hear from all of you about this. I want to take this time to give you the phone number that you can call if you have a comment to share related to one of these 4 questions. That number is 1-703-844-3231. Again, that's 1-703-844-3231. We will actually now start with our first discussion question, and I want to start with our discussion panel that we have. This question is, of course, how have the physical symptoms or the liver disease itself associated with your disease impacted your daily life, particularly what you might think might be the most significant impact? So I'd like to start with Joan. And Joan, if you have, you were not one of our panelists, so perhaps you could just start by briefly introducing yourself to our audience today, and then sharing your thoughts about the physical symptoms that have most impacted your life.
Thank you, James. So my name's Joan Block. I'm one of the co-founders of the Hepatitis B Foundation. And 2 years ago, when I retired as executive director, I publicly shared my story about living with hepatitis B. And as you heard in the introduction, that's the reason my husband, Tim Block, and Paul and Jan Whitty and myself started the foundation. But with that said, I would like to say that fatigue has been the primary symptom for living with chronic hepatitis B. It's something I didn't realize until we started hosting patient conferences, and I was communicating with patients through email and telephone. But as a child, my mother always said I was lazy because I needed to sleep a lot. As a young woman, I thought it was the stress of having children, working full time, that I was just a rather low energy person. And now as a 60-year-old, I feel like, well, now it's my age. But in reality, having spoken to literally thousands of patients, I realized fatigue is probably the defining characteristic of living with chronic hepatitis B.
Thank you, Joan. And I'm just curious if you could tell us a little bit about, maybe how that fatigue may have changed over time in your life. It's, kind of been lifelong, but is it something that, is ever present? Or do you, for example, have better days and worse days? And is there anything that you notice that might impact that better versus worse day? It might predict, that, or is it completely unpredictable?
Well, of course, as a child, you have lots of energy, although I didn't have as much as the other children. As a young woman, you have to do what you have to do. You have children to raise, you have a husband to care for. I had a job as a nurse working, but I think the biggest impact is that I don't feel I was as productive as I could have been. After I worked, I was too tired at night to cook cupcakes for the kids for their birthdays. I wasn't willing to participate in committee meetings because I was just too tired. And then when the kids went off to college, I did work, 10, 12 hours a day, but then I would crash over the weekend. I'd literally be on the sofa. And now that I'm finally retired and 60, I can sleep in till 8. I can take a nap during the day. So it's not impacting my daily life as a 60-year-old, but I will say the biggest drawback is that I don't feel like I was as productive. I don't feel like I was as involved in the children's lives as
Sure.
I could have been. And that's something I regret.
Sure. Thank you so much, Joan. I also want to give our other discussion group member who is not part of our panel a chance to introduce herself and share what might be the most significant either physical symptom or other aspect of liver disease that has the greatest impact on her life, and that is Maureen. So Maureen, if you want to introduce yourself.
Sure. Thank you, James. My name is Maureen Kamishti, and my daughter, who we adopted 22 years ago, came to us from China, and she had hepatitis B. We weren't aware of it at the time, but she was very sick. Her symptoms, particularly, she was very fatigued. She had a lot of joint pain. She must have had some digestive issues because she really didn't eat. She had pretty extensive fibrosis. But the one thing, I work with the Hepatitis B Foundation, and, over the last 10 years, I hear from thousands of people living with chronic Hep B. And I would say fatigue is probably the most common, but it's everything from digestive system issues to, more troubling issues like jaundice or, bloating of the abdomen. But what I find most heartbreaking are those that are living with, with the terrible anxiety associated with Hep B. And I think a lot of them are unable to be properly managed by a provider. And so then they have no idea if their symptoms are due to their Hep B or something totally unrelated. And I find that's very hard for people.
Sure. Well, thank you so much, Maureen.
Thank you.
I want to now go to our first phone caller, which is SB from Florida, who has some unique experiences to share relating to some of the physical symptoms being osteopenia and related, maybe or not related, insomnia. So if we could have SB from Florida. SB, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Thank you.
Great. So SB, if you could just briefly introduce yourself and tell us a little bit about the aspects of chronic hepatitis B that have most impacted your life.
Well, I worry most about liver cancer. Even if I am on medication now, that risk is still there. The medication, I understand, reduces that risk. I worry about dying prematurely. I worry about transmitting it to my loved ones. Even if we have the vaccine now, which I got my husband vaccinated and so is my son, I worry about my increased bone loss on my osteopenia. That's a very big concern for me. And I experienced insomnia. I tried all other insomnia and sleep therapy. Still, I get it. There are odd times that I'll have a good night's sleep, very, very few. And so those are the things that really bothers me the most.
Sure. So could you maybe give me an example of a way either the osteopenia or the insomnia, maybe limits the activities that you're able to do in your daily life, maybe something that's important to you that you can't do?
Yeah, sure. It's the insomnia makes me tired, obviously, when I don't get enough sleep. So I cannot do the things I wanted to do. I love to travel. I love dancing. I love to play tennis, and those things is I couldn't do as much as I used to because I am tired most of the days anyway. So that really it affects my lifestyle, I would say.
When you say
of course the risk. And of course, the risk of liver cancer is always a big thing for me.
It's an ever-present worry. When you say you're tired most days, would you say that's, 5 days a week, more than that, less than that?
Probably, maybe 4 to 5 days a week because I'm not getting I don't get a quality sleep. I wake up in the middle of the night, 2 or 3 times in a night, and that really affects my sleep. So I gone to sleep therapy, and I feel like I tried whatever I learned from that therapy. It helps me improve a little better, but the issue is still there. It's still not getting enough quality sleep. For whatever reason it is, it wakes me up in the middle of the night, and that makes me very, very tired most days.
Wow. Well, thank you so much for calling in and joining us and
the
sharing.
one that I always get concerned is about bone loss. I have osteopenia, and I research about the medication and all the rest of it. Even if I'm on Vemlidy, which is a little less side effect, I understand, but it's still going to have bone loss, being the medication being a lifetime one. So those are the things that really concerns me most about it.
Sure. Well, I really appreciate that, and thank you so much for joining us today.
Thank you.
Yes.
Thanks for taking my call.
So I want to share a couple of comments that we're getting from the web. One, kind of along similar lines to what SB just shared with us, is actually Neha from Kenya, and the effect of being tired. He's said, I have been married for the past 10 years and was diagnosed with the disease 7 years ago. It has impacted my daily life quite intensely. The main symptom was fatigue, weight loss, and body aches. I was tired the majority of the time. My social life was on a halt. I also want to, there's a couple of comments that have come in on another symptom that we haven't heard as much about in our discussion yet, which is pain. So we have Sunjvil from Ghana, who has said that the joint pain, fatigue associated with the disease is very painful. James from Hawaii has shared that I have terrible pain, mainly in my abdomen. It impacts my work, and I have a very physical job. So you can see that symptom, having an impact on James's ability to maintain a job. So I'm curious if I could just see a quick show of hands from anyone from our discussion panel that has any experiences related to pain that they might want to share to add to that conversation. Yes, Bright.
Yeah. So I happen to also deal with pain in addition to the chronic fatigue. So when I started, what actually led to my diagnosis was the chronic fatigue. But over the years, I've started also experiencing pain. And usually my pain, when it started, was all muscular pain. It wasn't much to the joint, but of late, I've started noticing that it's kind of radiating into my joint. And it's very, very unbearable, especially when it happens together with the fatigue. It's impossible to do anything. So most of the time I spend my day in a house, and it's just unbearable. There's nothing. I've tried everything from pain pills to pain creams and other stuff, but it's just impossible to get anything really to help. So in addition to the chronic fatigue, I think it makes life much more unbearable than anything I can compare to.
Wow. Thank you so much, Bright. So in our second discussion question, which I think really is just a little bit of an evolution of the first one, we want to talk about the impact that diagnosis has had on personal, social, and professional life. And that may be from those direct symptoms and progression of the disease, but it could be from a wider range of impacts from the disease. And so I want to go to one of our phone callers, Guksa from Minnesota, who wants to share some of the psychological and social aspects of living with hepatitis B. Guksa, are you with us?
Yes.
Wonderful.
It's really challenging to live with hepatitis B. Since I was diagnosed with hep B, I'm living by my own with my family. My movement is just work home. I never go to the social life, like I never go to the public area like circus, sports venues. I was in fear. I never go for dental clinic or hair salon. In the fear I get another disease. Also, emotionally, I was subject to prejudice, stigma, and harassment from my coworkers and my roommates. I was rejected. I was telling them to get vaccinated and told them about the disease, but gradually they rejected me, and I feel alone. At my workplaces, I was harassed and I was verbally attacked. I was like womanized. I was called like bank robbers. I was called like prostitutes and a druggist. That's what I have to face around my work area and people close to me. I'm very much defenseless, and I don't know how to defend myself from those emotional and psychological attacks.
Sure.
That's
And
my life.
and so does that
Go
kind of
ahead.
social isolation that you felt as you described it in the workplace, has that carried over into other areas of your life, or is it primarily there?
Yeah, it's highly affected me, my social life, meeting people and working areas. Very much have a fear to get another disease, and also a fear of rejection and a stigma. Because, as I told you, I faced rejection from people whom I told them about my condition. I told my roommates to get vaccinated, and even I go to the extent take them to the vaccination areas to get vaccinated. But the reaction is not good. Gradually, they rejected me, and emotionally, they verbally start to attack me. At my workplace, especially, it's very hurting. I get discrimination from my employers, and because of that's a difficult time. I always faced.
Sure.
I really get never get the opportunity to talk about myself on this my chance, and I can't stop silent. I have to talk, and I have to defend myself, because I feel defenseless, because there are people out there who try to benefit from someone's misery,
right?
And put assault on wounds.
I want to thank you so much for being willing, despite those life experiences, to call in and being willing to share that actually today. So thank you so much. I actually have a comment from the web that I think also, gets to this kind of social isolation related to the stigma. Raj from California says, often I feel shame in sharing my diagnosis to friends, family, or coworkers, even though I understand that this disease is no fault of my own, as I've had it since birth. I still feel a stigma when sharing my story. Socializing can often be difficult also, as I often must explain why I'm not drinking alcohol. So I'd like to go to our discussion panel and see if there's additional experience to share here. And I'd like to ask David if you'd be willing to speak to some of this, the impact on personal, social, and professional life.
Absolutely. I can relate with a lot of what the last caller was talking about, especially with social isolation. I've had hepatitis B since I was born, and when I was in puberty, 13 years old, is when I realized I had it. And that set me down a path of, isolating in my mind, isolating physically from friends, and that turned into some very, very severe depressive spells. I've been diagnosed with clinical depression, and it's just very hard some days to know how to navigate your social life. A lot of people know the word hepatitis, but unfortunately, that's where it ends for a lot of people. And there's a lot of misinformation in the world. There's a lot of fear-based misinformation in the world, and it's been very hard for me sometimes to feel confident in talking about it, or even feeling okay for having it. I remember when I was younger, I would just keep trying to find reasons why it was wrong for me to have it, and why I needed to keep myself away from people and to not share my story. And unfortunately, that just breeds more anxiety, more depression, and makes it so much harder to accomplish any goal you have in your life. And if I could, just wish for anything, it would just be so much more education on the subject to get more people to be able to be comfortable enough with their situation to ask for help and to share their stories. Because for me, that's just been such a lifesaver as far as being able to live confidently and be okay with the reality of my life.
Sure. And I mean, I know that it probably, affected so many different areas of social life, David, but, if you had to pick, one thing that maybe, you really, looking back, wish you had been able to do, and maybe if you had been more confident then as you are now, you would have done that maybe you missed out on?
Absolutely. I avoided a lot of very usually landmark events for people. I didn't attend any dances. I didn't attend any kind of big social gathering where I knew that there would be a lot of drinking involved, because I succumbed to peer pressure when I was younger and drank alcohol, and it just was just a nerve-wracking experience, being in the culture we are. And with young people, a lot of people like to get out and drink and socialize that way, and it's just extremely difficult to be in that environment and be able to have your resolve. And if someone asks you why you're not drinking, it's sometimes very difficult to know what to do in that situation. So a lot of times I've skipped invites to birthdays or invites to weddings, things like that, just because of massive amount of fear that generated.
Sure. Wow. Thank you so much, David, for sharing that. And I think one thing that I'm seeing is you all are not alone. There's a comment from someone with the initials WL from San Francisco about isolation. As someone living with hepatitis B for 26 years, I feel like I'm going through it alone. The health community group emphasizes on public awareness, vaccination and prevention, but little for people living with the disease. There's no dedicated support group for Hep B. The ones I found were for Hep C and liver cancer, so I don't fit those quote-unquote disease categories. Many organizations have information on Hep C cancer and liver transplants, but little for Hep B, so having Hep B feels like a marginalized experience. So hopefully, WL in San Francisco, you're hearing some of the stories today and know that you aren't alone, and that many others have gone through this together. Also, it's clearly not just an experience here in the United States. Victor from Nigeria has written in and said that in Africa, the stigma is very high, and that's why people don't come out to speak about it. So clearly, also, being experienced around the world. To just focus on one other symptom that's come up, we do have a caller, Daniel, from Illinois, who experienced joint pain, and I just wanted to maybe hear a little bit about that, since we haven't heard specifically about joint pain yet and the impact that had on your life when you were experiencing it. So Daniel, are you with us?
Yes, I am.
All right, Daniel, can you just tell us a little bit about yourself and your experience with the physical joint pain? Daniel, are you still with us? Okay. I think we lost Daniel, but we actually have another caller that wanted to talk about some of the what I might call downstream effects of living with hepatitis B, the fatigue and the stress of it. And so that's Randall calling from the UK. So I'd love to hear, Randall, a little bit about your journey and your experience. Are you with us? Randall, are you with us? Oh. Okay. So maybe while we're getting our phone caller lined up, I'll ask our discussion panel to weigh in a little bit on this. notion that we are hearing about the social isolation and the many different drivers of that. So Randy, maybe you might be able to add a little bit to this discussion.
Hello. Hi. Yeah, my wife has hepatitis B, and she has never felt like being around other people. And I mean, initially, there wasn't an issue when we were dating and things. And I don't think, she really, I think she knew at the time, but she wasn't viral at the time. And so it wasn't as big an issue. And then, of course, when we had our kids, we were, told to get them vaccinated. We knew enough to do that, not knowing that that's not necessarily 100% foolproof was something that we were totally in the dark about and should have been more in the know about it, and to watch more closely and have tests done more frequently, I think would have been a better thing. I guess, if it works, great. If it didn't, then but at least you could have planned your life accordingly and tried to navigate those things, because for us, for our son, dedicating 5 years of his life towards a goal to become a naval officer through the Naval Academy was a huge endeavor, and to get to the pinnacle of actually making it and then having everything taken away from you, it was just totally horrendous. For my wife, it just devastated her. She blames herself, and there's nothing I can do to take that pain away. It's something that she lives with, and I wish I could take that pain away, and there's nothing I can do. And yeah, it's really difficult. She especially since that time frame, she's really pulled back from a lot of people, from church, from other friends that she's had for a long time. We have some very dear friends. Korean, it's a Korean friend that she grew up with, just around the corner from us in our housing area, and she, just doesn't, talk with her that much. And her kids are grown up and doing things, and so we don't communicate much with them, and I feel a loss, because those are my friends too. But for respect of her, I try to, respect that part of her life. And so I pull back too. So it affects me as well. And so, yeah, it is difficult with regard to that.
Sure. A real kind of family-wide impact, and quite a, tragic scenario to hear about. But thank you so much, Randy, for sharing that. There's a number of live comments that we're getting, kind of talking about, some, range of other impacts that, this diagnosis has had. Karen from California talks about the impact on professional life. She's been unable to secure long-term care insurance and decided against making a job change, partly because of the increased challenge of obtaining adequate health insurance, especially with hepatitis B virus. And at a reasonable cost in the private care sector compared to her government employment. We also have Rakundo from Uganda, who wrote in and said, living with hepatitis B has greatly affected his life. He's not allowed to work in some organizations in Uganda, even in a job working in wildlife. And he can't work in the United Arab Emirates or other Gulf countries. And so he's even had to lie about his status to get a job, and can't freely associate with people when they come to know about his diagnosis. He's even the laughing object of some of his relatives. And then we have Eduardo from the Philippines with a comment that just came in, also along these same lines. One thing that bothers him is that his condition itself holds him back in continuing his teaching profession. He's scared to be known by everybody He once had tried applying for a teaching position abroad, but was turned away due to his condition. So I think we've heard a lot about the personal, social, and professional impacts. I want to shift the discussion a little bit and talk about some of your worries about living with chronic hepatitis B. And for that, we're going to go to a polling question. So if I can get our third topic 1 polling question. All right, so please again, go to your phones, go to that other tab on your web browser, go to pollev.com/HepB. Again, it's at the top of this slide if you need to see it written out. And so the question that we have here, so if I can go to our third polling question for topic 1. That is the question that is, what are your top 3 worries about living with chronic hepatitis B? Okay, so here we want to ask you a little bit about your worries living with this condition, thinking about the future. And so here we're, please select the up to 3 responses that are your top 3 worries. Your options are A, being unable to date or get married, B, transmitting the hepatitis B to loved ones, C, the impact on school or work, D, being unable to take care of your family, E, dying prematurely from liver cancer, or F, some other worry that you have about living with chronic hepatitis B that is not listed on this slide. So please think about this a little bit. Pick your top 3 responses, and these are your worries about the future with living with chronic hepatitis B. I'll give you just a few more moments here to get in your responses. What you're seeing here also, since this is a poll that is allowing you to select more than one option, is you're seeing percentages of responses. So these aren't percentages of individuals that are responding. So it's a percentage of the total responses, and there's more than one per person. So kind of proportionally, you're seeing the top worry that has the most votes being dying prematurely from liver cancer. We closely behind that see transmitting hepatitis B to loved ones as a worry. After that, maybe number 3 in the rank, we see being unable to take care of your family and being then unable to date or get married being number 4. We also see responses on the impact on school and work, as well as other worries. And so we encourage you to, again, to tune into or dial into that phone number, 1-703-844-3231, to be able to share a little bit about your worries. If you're one of those that selected other, certainly we'd be interested in to hear that. But we're gonna take your calls now about what your worries are for living with chronic hepatitis B. And so I'd like to first start back with our discussion panel, if we can go back to our panel. And I'd like to ask Alice if she could chime in a little bit on what might be her top worries for the future.
Okay, so I went through quite a bit of things in the past. And now my worry for the future, since my kids is already grown up, and I still worry about I might get the hepatitis impact on my liver. So I kind of expect if one day I have cancer of the liver, I think I have done the best to myself to take care of myself or either take care of the kids in the family. Mm-hmm. And so that is still my concern and worry. One day, the cancer cell might kick into me and the button might turn on. So That's my most worry for the rest of my life.
Sure. Thank you so much, Alice. And I think that probably resonates with a lot of people that are tuned in online, because I'm seeing a number of written comments that we've had come in about worries for the future and about worries for developing cancer. I can't read them all, but I'll read just a few here. So Jason from New York wrote in that what worries him about living with chronic hepatitis B is developing cancer or not being able to live long enough for scientists to find a cure. Although new exciting treatments to sustained healthy life are terrific, a cure is much more satisfying. So he looks forward to the cure to help eradicate that particular fear. We have Raj from California who talks about his greatest fear is dying of liver cancer. His mother, who also had chronic hepatitis B, passed away at 64 to liver cancer 5 years ago. And the idea of leaving his family behind, and especially his young twins, scares him deeply. That fear of death is recurring. Abdul from Nigeria says, I just fear I'm too close to my grave day after day. I sleep and wake up every day with so much fear. And again, liver cancer coming up. We have Yvonne from Australia, Sunjit from Ghana, SB from Florida, all reiterating that, saying, SB saying, I worry most liver cancer, dying prematurely, transmitting it to a loved one, and increased bone loss from antiviral treatment due to osteopenia. So even when liver cancer is there as a fear, it's a fear amidst a number of other fears at the same time. So we're starting to see that there's a great deal of different worries. I'd like to ask maybe Maureen if you would be able to share a little bit about worries for the future.
So for my daughter, our biggest worry, at the time, because she was, most kids don't have any symptoms, but she was very symptomatic. We worried that she was going to need a transplant before the age of 5. She was fortunate enough to clear it, but I still worry about reactivation. But working with so many other people living with Hep B, I feel their anguish. Some of them are just trying to get through daily life, so they haven't even gotten as far as thinking about liver cancer as much as they're worried about how they're going to support their children, or meeting somebody that will accept them as they are. And the young mothers that find out, after their second or third child that they have Hep B and whether or not they've transmitted it to others. That's a terrible burden for a mother to have to live with.
Absolutely. Thank you so much, Maureen. So I want to go back to our phone lines. Daniel, I know I had you on before from Illinois. You wanted to talk about joint pain. So I would love to give you that opportunity to do so, as well as share any thoughts that you might have about worries for living with hepatitis B moving forward. So Daniel, are you with us now?
All right. Yes, I'm still here. As I was saying, in 2014, I've been diagnosed with hepatitis B. And back then, I wasn't taking any medication. And in 2015, I started taking tenofovir. And I've been taking tenofovir for almost 4 years. And then I started feeling pain. I used to take the medication once at night, like 6 or 7 o'clock. But if I just take after 30 minutes, I would stay in bed because my leg, the joint, the pain. And then I spoke to my doctor. I said, no, we can change to a new one. Fluindapyr is, 25 milligram. It's safe. So, yeah. The worry, it's like everybody just were worried about what will happen. And sometimes when you feel a little bit pain, you just start wondering, is it cancer or what is it? And living with that every single day, you just know sometimes it might happen that you will have a liver cancer and all that. So it's a challenge. And also, we only discuss between family members. We don't just to avoid people being curious or people trying to, take advantage of you. We don't discuss it with people outside the house. So it's only inside the house we talk. If there's anything, you can talk between family members, and that's about it. Worry every single day, worry, yes.
Sure. Wow. Thank you so much for sharing those comments. I think we're hearing some common themes here for worries for the future. I do also want to go back to Randall, who was calling in from the UK, that wanted to talk about fatigue and stress, and so I'd love to hear about that. And then again, Randall would also like to hear if you have any thoughts to share about worries. So, are you with us?
I am with us. Yep. Hi there. First of all, my name's Randall. I'm from the UK. I got diagnosed with hepatitis B back in 2011. I think it was 2011, if memory serves me right. But it doesn't feel that long ago. But when I first come on the scene, when I first got diagnosed, I was told by all the doctors, because I was in Thailand, I got it through having a tattoo. And I was told by all the doctors at the time, oh, it's acute, it will clear, blah, 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 and everyone's telling me it's fine. And it didn't. And I turned into a chronic case. And I got onto the scene and I was told there's no cure and everything. And I was quite angry with the world. And I'd really just like at this moment in time, just because I know Joan's there, to actually apologise for my behaviour at the beginning when I first come onto the scene. So, Joan, if you're listening, I'm very, very sorry for the way I behaved towards you. I hope you do accept my apology. It was out of order. But in terms of dealing with it, I just felt like, because I work as a fitness trainer, I do nutrition, it was the actual feeling of fatigue, the feeling of being alone as well it was a very lonely place. I've got to say, I actually did feel like I was in some dark places at times. And luckily I had some friends around me who'd had experience of dealing with chronic diseases and stuff. And one of them, he was quite a positive guy. He had his issues with hepatitis C. And he said to me, look, you know what, one day you'll look back at it and you'll say hepatitis B was the best thing that ever happened to you. I thought to myself, well, that doesn't really sound to me, I can't agree with that at that moment in time. But looking back, it was, because I've learned so much from it, and I've met so many nice people through it as well. And it is a very difficult condition to deal with. And I realise if you haven't got the liver disease, if you're not dealing with this thing that's putting a lot of pressure on your liver at the best of times, no one really understands how much energy it takes from you and all the feelings that you're left with to deal. You really do need people around you to support you and remind you that you're not alone. And it did kind of get me thinking to actually get some groups organised on Facebook and stuff, and I help admin with them. And it's quite like I met a lot of nice people. I ended up on a Gilead trial for the latest type of tenofovir that's out there, the latest 25 milligrams. And I met a very good liver doctor. Fortunately, I became surface antigen negative and surface antibody positive. And, I'm very grateful to the whole team that actually helped me there, and I realise I'm very, very lucky. But when people say there's no chance of a cure, I think science is getting closer and closer. Every day that goes by, they're getting a step closer in the right direction. And I don't see why people should die of hepatitis B leading to liver cancer when all it takes is testing and management at the start, and you can live a healthy life. And anybody who's a bit clued up, who's clued up about it, if you're undetectable and the other person's vaccinated, for example, you won't pass it on. I remember when I got diagnosed, the last thing I was thinking about was dating. All I was obsessed about was getting better. I was thinking, this can't happen to me, but guess what? Things happen to people, and this just happened to me. But I think it's like, there is. I do believe the future in terms of science is looking good, and I do think the treatments that are out there are fantastic. In terms of like all of the ones that are available, especially the latest ones. But I believe the future is looking bright. But also, I do understand that it is quite a burden to live with. It's not something you can just wake up out and get out of bed in the morning and go, yeah, I've got Hep B. It doesn't work like that. But it is something that you will learn a lot from if you choose to. You learn more about your body and what you can and can't do. And I'm very grateful.
Wow. Well, thank you, Randall. We're grateful for having you join us and share those perspectives. I think I'm learning and understanding, and what you said, which is that it really, takes it out of you to live with and manage this condition. So I have another phone caller on this particular topic, and then we'll move to our final discussion question, and that's Karen from California, who wants to talk about her main worries for living with hepatitis B, and actually wants to talk about how they have changed as she has grown older. So, Karen, are you with us?
Yes, I'm here.
Hi, Karen.
I just wanted to talk a little bit about how the process of aging has changed this for me, because much like the last caller, I, through most of my decades of living with hepatitis B, kind of took the attitude that it's an opportunity to learn more about what I can and can't do, and I educated myself and fortunately didn't have really any of the physical symptoms that some of the other people have described, other than having to make some adjustments as I got older because of having osteopenia and then osteoporosis. I had to give up my beloved hobby of speed skating for that. But I didn't dwell on that, and I just moved on to other things that are safer to do. And, felt like if I just continue this way, I'm going to be fine, and I just avoid taking any medications, and that I would be able to live out a normal life. And then I think I got a little bit a wake-up call when I was diagnosed with breast cancer and had to start juggling the treatment for breast cancer together with my hepatitis B, and started realizing that, hey, as you get older, you start getting all sorts of other conditions. That's just the normal part of aging, that you get conditions that you're going to need to take medications for, and how to juggle that with having a compromised liver, and also realizing that as you get older, you start suffering more pain, and pain medications are not good for the liver. So I started becoming aware that this problem gets a little bigger as you get older, especially into advanced age. I'm 65 now, and when I look at the future, it's a bit daunting to think about how to manage all of this.
Wow. No, that's thank you for sharing kind of that perspective, especially that what we haven't heard before, which is the development of other health conditions with aging and the complications of having hepatitis B along with that. So thank you so much, Karen. That's been great. So our final discussion question that I want to use our remaining time for in this particular topic session is really something we actually have been talking quite a bit about, but I want to know, hear some other experiences with this, which is the feeling of stigma and discrimination because of having your chronic hepatitis B diagnosis. We'd like to hear your experiences with this. We've heard about some of this related to the kind of dating life, a lot about this in terms of aspects of impacting jobs. We'd like to maybe hear some other experiences beyond that. We know that, or I've been at least told that this is quite a large impact within this community. And so for all of us that are here to listen and learn today, we'd like to kind of have some understanding of that. I do want to share a couple of comments that came in about worries before. If I could just get those back, Sierra. A couple of worries, comments that had come in as we were finishing out that section that were a little bit unique, so I wanted to share those. I believe one was about, these were both somewhat related to access. So if I get those back, I'll share those with you. So to get this discussion kicked off around stigma and discrimination, I want to come back to Joan and ask if, Joan, you could share with us some of your examples of stigma or discrimination that you might be willing to share with us.
Yeah, so when I was diagnosed at 30, I remember at that time, that was the dark ages for all you young people. That was in the 1990. And there wasn't a whole lot known about hepatitis B. At that time, the HIV/AIDS epidemic was raging. And so when I found out I had hepatitis B, first I lost my job, and my child was kicked out of daycare. And there was all this anxiety about, had I infected my child, had I infected Tim, my husband, would I be able to get my job back? It took a long time, and during those it felt like years. I think it was months, but I felt really ashamed because it wasn't something. I was adopted also, so it's most likely I got it from my birth mother. Mm-hmm. But at the time, you just think, I'm a dirty person. I I had to explain very quickly to people, I'm not a drug user, I'm not a prostitute, I'm not this, I'm not that. And so then I basically I shut up. And so for almost 30 years, I really didn't talk about it because it just became one of those things that just opens up too many boxes of questions. And obviously, helping to start the foundation, for me, I had to literally put my personal diagnosis in a closet, locked, and I kept it very separated from what I was doing on a day-to-day basis, which is where I was hearing really heartbreaking stories of discrimination, children who were having to eat lunch with their teacher in the classroom, not the cafeteria because they had hepatitis B, children who couldn't join a school team, wouldn't be invited to sleepovers. More recently, a woman whose husband left her because she had hepatitis B and took their 2-year-old son. So it's still a very current problem, the discrimination, but also the stigma that we've all sort of touched on. It's not just, there's also the feeling of if you don't tell people, if you can't tell people, it's a part of yourself that becomes secret and you don't feel authentic. And when I finally was able to tell people, first, some of the reactions were, oh, I already knew. Like, oh, and then now that I've started to tell neighbors and stuff, it's like no big deal. But 30 years ago, it was a big deal. Even 20, even 10 years ago was a big deal because, as David said, people hear hepatitis. They don't hear the B. They think about C, and they immediately think you were a drug user, you were, promiscuous. So there's still, I agree with David, there's still a lot of education that needs to be done. And there is still a lot of shame around it, even though I'm a very well-educated person.
Yeah.
There is this feeling like when I tell a new person, I feel this little anxiety about how are they going to react.
So, Joan, I have a question for you. You kind of talked about almost like compartmentalizing it or blocking it off from the other aspects of your life and what people knew of you, and you described it as kind of not being able to feel authentic with those people. Was there any particular direct impact that had? You not being able to be authentic or not being able to engage as fully as you would have wanted. That had, limiting you in some activity or some other direct impact?
Well, I always envied people who had diabetes or asthma. They could always say, oh, I can't eat this dessert because I have diabetes. Just like David, I don't drink alcohol. Everybody says, why don't you drink alcohol? Well, part of it was I was raised not to drink alcohol, but as a young adult, it also, as soon as I found out I had hepatitis B, I definitely didn't drink. And then that always became a thing. I don't think I think for women, it may be a little less peer pressure than for men, but there was always that everyone would always ask you at parties or events, why aren't you drinking? And also in terms of the authenticity, there was always this fear. I know this is so ironic. There was always this fear when people would say, well, why do you work for the Hepatitis B Foundation? Or why did you join the foundation? And yeah, I lied because I wasn't comfortable, and that felt really bad.
Sure.
And particularly when I was talking to other patients, I felt like a fraud. And when I finally came out of the closet 2 years ago, it was such a huge relief. Such a huge relief. And also, for the first time, I feel like I'm whole because now everybody knows. I don't have to keep it secret anymore.
Sure.
If I'm tired, I can say I'm tired because it's hepatitis B.
Right.
So it's just an authenticity and being really connected to people.
Sure. Well, thank you, Joan, so much for that. On these same lines, we have a caller, SB from Florida, who also wants to comment on this idea of stigma and discrimination. So if we could get SB. SB, are you with us?
Yes. Oh, hi.
Hello.
Hi. Yeah, I'd like to comment on that about the stigma and discrimination.
Yes.
I have hepatitis since 2005. I'm almost 80 years old now, next year. I never felt it. I never experienced it because I don't share the information to anyone other than my family, and a couple of close friends. And I feel strongly nothing is to be feared in life. Mm-hmm. Now is the time to understand it. The more I understand it, I fear less. And I got that through the Hepatitis B Foundation many years ago.
Sure. And so, for those that you don't share it with, can you tell us a little bit about that fear of facing the stigma and discrimination with those people?
Yes, because I don't think, generally speaking, the population is educated about the disease. Mm-hmm. Because if you don't have any knowledge of it, then you fear it. Just like way back when they have, what is that one, the sexual transmitted disease? I can't remember right offhand. There was lack of knowledge. The people who has the knowledge of it, they don't have that fear. Mm-hmm. So I cannot educate the public. Sure. That's not my role. So I just don't bother. And it's for me, my personal information is not for public consumption. So I take it for myself. And the people I want to share it, if I wanted to, I would. So I never experienced a stigma or any form of discrimination. Any discrimination, of course, I'm out of the working world now, so I don't have experienced that. I'm retired.
Right. Well, thank you, XB, so much for calling in today and sharing that. We have a live comment from Ian from the UK, also adding to this discussion of stigma and discrimination. He says, I think we all put a stigma in our heads because of the virus. Feelings of being dirty and doing something wrong are hard to get rid of. It stopped me from applying for jobs over the years, hiding it for 25 years in my current employment. I'd love to come out, he said in quotes, but people don't understand the disease, and then you are stigmatized. So I think that's a really strong place as we're at the end of our time for this first topic. I do want to end, I actually think it's a perfect transition to our next topic, which will be talking about treatment approaches. Those two comments that had come in about other worries related, and they actually do relate to getting treatments. So James from Kenya said that he worries about being able to get treatment. It's a big problem, and here in Kenya, many people die every day without being diagnosed in rural villages. I feel that the government doesn't have a plan for dealing with this condition. I've seen many people turn to traditional medicine to deal with it. We also had Lynette from Massachusetts say that she worries because she has no insurance or money to continue to get the medicine for the rest of her life. So, of course, the worry of access, the worry of being able to get diagnosis, those are underlying worries that, of course, will relate to how well available treatments will be useful to you. And we'll be talking about that in our next topic discussion. So with that, I want to thank our discussion panelists. I want to thank all of our callers and all of our commenters who've submitted comments in writing. We'll have another opportunity for everyone to contribute when we reconvene in 10 minutes for our topic 2 discussion. So thank you. We'll take a quick 10-minute break and we'll resume the program at that time. Welcome back, everyone, from break. This is the externally led patient-focused drug development meeting on chronic hepatitis B. And again, I'm James Valentine, your moderator. I want to thank everyone for tuning in earlier this afternoon and participating in the discussion around understanding the impacts and burdens of living with chronic hepatitis B. Now we're at the part of the program where we're going to build on that earlier discussion and talk about your experiences, your preferences with current and future approaches to treatment. So in this topic, again, through our panelists, polling, and your live comments, we're going to be exploring the different ways that you're currently helping manage your symptoms and the disease itself. We want to get a sense of what those different things are that you're utilizing, how well they're working for you, or maybe where you feel there could be additional benefit, as well as any downsides of those treatments, approaches that you might experience. And I should mention that treatment experiences are broader than just prescription drugs, medical procedures, but really extend to the full range of different approaches, even diet, exercise, lifestyle modifications that you might make in your lives, anything you might do to try to help manage and make living with chronic hepatitis B a little bit easier. We're also going to explore some of your preferences, both around future treatments, what an ideal next treatment might look like from your perspective, as well as your preferences for participating in clinical trials. We can't get to that, as we heard from Dr. Locke this morning, we can't get to that next treatment without people being willing to volunteer and participate in clinical trials. And so we want to understand what is important to you as you're considering whether to participate in a clinical trial. So to get us kick off this discussion, we have a great panel of members from your community who are here to share their perspectives. We have Jackie, Peter, Wendy, and Joe. So we'll start off with Jackie.
Hi, my name is Jackie. I'm from Princeton, New Jersey, but I was born in Taiwan during the 1960s. In 1998, my elder brother was diagnosed with liver cirrhosis and liver cancer due to chronic hepatitis B infection. So I decided to get tested at that time and found out that I also carry the virus. I didn't start treatment immediately when I was first diagnosed. At that time, I didn't have many symptoms except for elevated liver enzymes and sometimes feeling fatigue. I was also busy with my career. But most importantly, there were no good treatment at that time for hepatitis B. The only available treatment were interferon and the first-generation nucleotide analog lamivudine. Interferon is an injectable drug that has a high tendency of side effects, while lamivudine is known to cause drug resistance easily. However, due to serious liver condition, my brother had no choice but to start lamivudine treatment. Later on, he was switched to entecavir when it became available. So were my other family members. With their encouragement and the fact that I also had severe fibrosis, I decided to take on this potentially lifelong journey for hepatitis B treatment with entecavir in 2008. After starting the antiviral therapy, my Hep B viral load dropped quickly. Within 3 months, the virus had dropped to undetectable level. My liver enzyme gradually returned to normal. Also, I felt less fatigued and was able to work with more energy and to enjoy my free time. However, it was not easy to take the medication every day for many years. Many times I forgot or purposely ignored the medication. My doctor gave me warning, and sometimes my Hep B virus became detectable. Fortunately, I was able to keep up with routine doctor's visits and had laboratory tests and ultrasound exam regularly to monitor the condition of my liver. My liver enzyme level sometimes exceeded normal range, which constantly reminded me of the importance of keeping up with the treatment. For now, I have continued my treatment with the most recent anti-Hep B drug, tenofovir etafenamide. This drug has a very low incidence of drug resistance and a better safety profile for the bone and kidney. Currently, my hepatitis virus is undetectable and my liver enzymes are within normal range. However, even though this treatment might have lowered my risk of developing cirrhosis and liver cancer, they have not reduced the discomfort I experience frequently, which might be a result of liver fibrosis, other damage caused by the virus, or accumulated toxicity due to long-term use of the drug. Also, this treatment did not relieve my constant worry that I might go on to develop liver cirrhosis or liver cancer eventually, or one day the virus might fight back and become resistant to the antiviral drug. So, what's the ideal treatment I would like to see for hepatitis B? Ideally, there should be a combination of oral drugs that target different stages of the virus life cycle. New candidates blocking different pathways of the viral replication cycle should be developed and tested quickly. With the advent of new technologies and greater support for basic and translational research, I hope that one day soon, we can all take a simple pill for a short period of time and finally be able to get rid of this virus from all of us. We should aim to eliminate hepatitis B as early as possible. Hepatitis B is like a global pandemic that no one talks about or perhaps cares about. There are more than 250 million people affected by this deadly disease, and it can easily spread from human to human. Compared with the vigorous research and development for therapeutic agents against HIV and hepatitis C, and for the current coronavirus pandemic, it is clear that hepatitis B has been ignored for too long. We need a cure for hepatitis B now, and we need to stop the spread of this deadly virus. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Peter Vo, and welcome to Always Sunny Gilbert, Arizona. I promise you it's sunny outside. It's also 108 degrees, so that's why I'm inside. I'm currently 51 years old. I have hepatitis B and was on oral medication, tenofovir, for 12 years. The medicine had reduced my viral load to an undetectable level, and my GI doctor said at that time that I didn't need to take it anymore. He said he would just review my blood work results about every 6 months, so I stopped. About a year and a half later, shortly after New Year, I was feeling very fatigued. My wife told me my skin, my eyes looked very yellow. I told her that my pee was very dark and my poop was very light in color. She immediately took me to the emergency room. I don't remember much after this because they placed me in a coma to keep me alive. But after 10 days, I woke up and my wife told me the hepatitis B virus had completely destroyed my liver and that I had a liver transplant. I remained in the hospital for another 2 weeks for follow-ups and therapies to regain my strength and speech. It has now been close to 2.5 years since my liver transplant. I'm still within the 3-year recovery phase and being closely monitored by my post-liver transplant team. My greatest health risk right now is organ rejection, bacteria and or viral infections, and hepatitis B reactivation. The post-liver transplant treatment regimen is very complicated, and I have suffered a great deal, but that is a story for another day. Today, I want to focus on the treatment challenges I face for hepatitis B virus condition. Immediately after my liver transplant, I was given a treatment of tenofovir etafenamide, or TAF, and hepatitis B immunoglobulin, or HBIG, which is done through IV infusions for 7 days. I continue to take TAF daily, but the HBIG treatment is now only when my hepatitis B surface antibody is below 250 MIU per milliliter. Since I currently have stage 3 chronic kidney disease, as a result of my acute liver failure, I was switched to TAF since it has less renal toxicity. My hepatitis B virus condition and treatments are monitored every 3 months with blood work results. My hepatologist believes the combination of TAF and HBIG is the best treatment to prevent reactivation of the hepatitis B. One drug suppresses the hepatitis B, while the other prevents it from attacking my new liver. I suffer from extreme heat or extreme fatigue or exhaustion, especially around the 5 p.m. hour, slightly as a side effect from my anti-rejection medications that I'm taking. However, I personally have observed a higher energy level as a positive side effect lasting up to about 1 week immediately after taking the HBIG medication. I do not notice any negative side effects while taking either the TAF or the HBIG medication. But this hepatitis B treatment combination is very costly, which I understood from the beginning, as explained by my hepatologist. Even with the insurance, the cost of TAF is about $1,100 each month. HBIG is also very expensive, and with my insurance, it costs about $6,000. Currently, with the intervals between each HBIG treatment is about every 6 months or so, because I have a very good insurance. The financial impact to me for hepatitis B treatment is minimal. But I realize that that isn't necessarily true for everyone else. I would have to agree. I'm currently very fortunate and blessed to have an insurance plan that can offset the financial burden of taking a daily antiviral medication and undergoing an IV infusion of HBIG about every 6 months or so. Otherwise, the decisions of cost versus the weighted health benefit would have to be made very carefully. Other treatments options such as the at-home injectable syringe HBIG alternative, a lower cost alternative to TAF, or clinical trials for new hepatitis B medications may be available. But I opted for the treatment combinations that have been proven most effective to me. Yet a cure for hepatitis B would be wonderful, so others don't have to experience the trauma that I went through before, during and after my liver transplant. Thank you for your audience, and especially a big thank you to the Hepatitis B Foundation for being an anchor to all of us who have been affected by the hepatitis B. Thanks again.
My name is Wendy, and I live in Vancouver, British Columbia. I found out I had hepatitis B while in university in the 1980s, and that I had acquired it at birth as my mom was positive for HBV. I didn't know much about the disease, but I did know it was infectious. So other than ensuring that my fiancé at the time was protected from transmission, I did not make any major changes to my lifestyle. Then in 1998, my mom was diagnosed with advanced liver cancer and died 6 months later. It was horrible watching my beloved mom die of such a terrible disease. After her death, I did start to take my condition more seriously and asked my doctor for regular blood tests and abdominal ultrasounds, which I did not have before my mom's diagnosis. Through these tests, I found out I was still in phase 1 of the disease, meaning I had a high viral load, no fibrosis, and my liver enzymes were within normal range. Hence, I did not receive antiviral treatment. My only treatment thus far has been to try to eat healthy foods, exercise regularly, and of course to not drink alcohol. Due to fatigue caused by this disease, I also try to get at least 8 hours of sleep. As well, because of my fatigue, I was only able to work part-time. When I graduated from university, I had ambitions to advance my career, but I found I was too tired to work full-time. Since my profession was in high demand, I was often asked if I was willing to work more shifts, but physically I was unable to, even after my children had grown up. In fact, prior to retirement, I only worked 2 days a week, which I found to be exhausting. My coworkers would often tease me about my part-time status, as they did not know about my condition. Now I am 57 years old, and I'm still not on antivirals, but recently my liver enzymes have been elevated, so I may need to start treatment soon. Even though I am not on treatment, I have a close family member who is taking an HBV antiviral, so I am familiar with how the medication suppresses viral replication. But unfortunately, it does not cure the disease. I am grateful that antivirals are available for Hep B and can prevent further liver damage. Nevertheless, every time my family member gets a blood test, I'm concerned that the virus will become resistant to the medication. And then what will be the treatment options? I am also worried for my family members' overall health because of the possible long-term side effects of being on a lifelong medication. It is very stressful, as I am often concerned more about my relative than myself, especially since this person needed to go on medication because of fibrosis of the liver that was diagnosed at an early age. So, I would hope that the future treatment of this disease would be viral suppression without having to take antivirals for a lifetime. I would also prefer, though, that there would be a treatment that leads to the loss of the hepatitis B surface antigen. My ultimate wish, of course, would be the elimination of the CCC DNA, which I know is a lofty goal. If a treatment is discovered, my hope is that it has minimal side effects, has a finite treatment length, and can be taken orally. I don't like needles or IV administration. I have not been in a clinical trial, but if I was to participate in one, safety and lack of adverse side effects would be my top priorities. I would need to know that the potential benefits, such as a high probability of curing this disease, would outweigh the risk of receiving an experimental treatment. I, of course, don't want my liver to be damaged by the clinical trial, and I also want to be able to function and carry out my regular activities while participating in the trial. There is so much uncertainty when living with hepatitis B. It's an exhausting disease, and at times I feel like I have a ticking time bomb in my body. But having a cure would be so wonderful. Then I wouldn't have to have the fear of dying of liver cancer as my mom did, or developing life-threatening liver cirrhosis. I know there are no guarantees in life, especially during these uncertain times, but it would be wonderful to not have to constantly be worried about my health or the health of those I love. Thank you.
I'm Joe Balistreri, 67, a landscaper living in Santa Rosa, California, with my husband Wayne. I've had hepatitis B since 1977. I never felt ill when I contracted it. A friend noticed I was jaundiced, and I got tested. With the positive result, I was not told I could be infectious or that it could lead to cancer, so I just forgot about it. Around 97, I was diagnosed with a co-infection of hepatitis D, or Delta, a virus that only affects those with chronic Hep B. Around 2003, I was shocked to learn my liver was on the verge of cirrhosis. I remember crying. For years, I had kept myself safe from HIV while viral hepatitis was quietly damaging my liver. Fortunately, antivirals suppressed my Hep B. The Delta infection remained a curiosity rarely spoken of. In 2013, I was prescribed entecavir when my first Hep B antivirals became ineffective. My specialist told me that the Delta infection was more virulent than B and that there was no good treatment. Well, I didn't want to wait 20 years for something to come along, so I got online and I found the only active trial to cure Hep Delta in the Western Hemisphere. Although Hep B alone is very serious, Delta co-infections can speed up progression to fibrosis, cancer, and liver failure. Joining the three-part NIH clinical trial from 2013 to 2018 brought huge changes. I hesitated because of the many cross-country trips I'd have to make with the NIH. I could lose lots of work and income, and it meant being separated from my loved ones during scary medical procedures. My fear of doing nothing was stronger. I made 70 round trips from California to the NIH. Most were overnight marathons of travel and procedures. I experienced very difficult symptoms for the first time since I'd contracted B. Sometimes I was so ill I couldn't face making another 4,000-mile round trip. In December 2018, I may have been the first patient for whom a Delta infection became undetectable through treatment. I wanted to kiss my doctor's feet. But by mid-January 2019, it was clear I couldn't tolerate interferon. I had tolerated different combos of lonafarnib and ritonavir in phase 1 and 2, but with the addition of interferon lambda in phase 3, I reacted so severely my doctors stopped all study drugs 2 months early. At that time, my MELD was 17. MELD is a score that estimates a patient's chances of surviving their liver disease in the next 3 months. The higher the score, the more urgent the need for a liver transplant. My blood work was frightening to read. I had ascites, acid reflux, hernias, depression, loss of appetite. I lost 25 pounds in 3 weeks. I wanted to finish this Delta study follow-ups because quitting early meant incomplete, wasted data, and continued monitoring by the NIH was vital for my health. As a result of stopping the study drugs, I'm over all the symptoms. At the same time, my Delta viral load is slowly increasing. I try my best to eat healthy, exercise. I avoid alcohol, pain meds, all recreational drugs. I take entecavir, furosemide, and the electrolyte supplements faithfully. As of February 2020, many of my blood tests are close to normal, with a Hep B viral load of 10 and a Delta viral load of 4,500, both considered quite low. In the past, my Delta viral load has been in the millions. My GI doctor believes the clinical trial may have had some good effect after all. Today, because my blood tests have improved, my MELD score is at 8, and I don't qualify for a liver transplant. As for future treatments, entecavir is ideal for controlling my Hep B. The next step would be a Hep B cure. It would be a twofer since Hep Delta can't survive without Hep B. And there's also the chance that my liver might reverse some of the cirrhosis. Finally, for the huge numbers of hepatitis patients like myself who can't tolerate it, we really need treatments free of interferon.
Wow, another incredible set of panelist remarks from incredible individuals who were quite brave in sharing their treatment stories with all of us. So now we want to really, again, just like before, build on that and hear from all of you that are with us today and helping answer these questions. These are our discussion questions that we'll be working with together over the next hour. We want to know, what are you currently doing to help manage your symptoms and your condition? If you are currently taking a prescribed medication for hepatitis B, how do you feel it's affecting your daily life? We want you to consider what are the most important benefits of an ideal treatment. So thinking about not just what you're doing now, but what it is that you might want from that next treatment. We'll talk about those future treatment goals that you have, as well as then end with a discussion around your choice and decisions around enrolling in a clinical trial for an experimental hepatitis B medication. And what would you consider, whether that be routes of administration you would be interested in, the length of treatment you would be willing to accept, what side effects, if any, you would be willing to tolerate in order to participate in a trial for one of these investigational products. So to start us off with this, I'd like to actually first go to a polling question. For those of you who may just be joining us, we are asking our patients, individuals with hepatitis B, and their caregivers family members that provide direct caregiving to them to respond to these questions. And to participate, you can pull out your phone, you can open a new tab in your web browser and go to pollev.com/HepB. That's you can see that URL listed at the top of this slide, and we'll be coming back to some other polling questions throughout this session. So our question for you now is, in general, how much do you think your hepatitis B medications have helped improve your quality of life? So think about the treatment regimen that you've taken, and let us know if you think A, there's been no benefit at all, B, it has helped somewhat, C, it has helped a lot, D, you're not sure how much it has really helped, E, other, meaning that you have other thoughts about how well your hepatitis B medications have improved your quality of life, but that is not listed on this slide. So we'll give you a few moments to think about this, select the response that is most appropriate and you think best reflects your experience with how much you think your hepatitis B medications have helped improve your quality of life. And again, we're asking only that our individuals with hepatitis B and their caregivers, family members, reply to these polling questions. Okay, so it looks like responses are still just finishing trickling in. As it stands, it looks like the largest response is that it has helped a lot. 42% of our patients represented today having had an experience where they or their loved one feeling that their medications have helped a lot. We have about 1/5, 20%, saying that it's helped somewhat. And then there's also a smaller proportion, about 4 to 5%, that say that there's no benefit at all. Meanwhile, there's another 1/5 of the group that's not quite sure how much their medications have actually helped improve their quality of life. And then we actually do have a proportion of the population represented, 15%, that are saying other, something else that's not listed here. So I think this is going to be a really important if we can go to our discussion group to talk about, what this actually has meant in your lives, whether you think that medications that you've had have been able to help you a lot, whether you maybe not so much, or maybe if you're unsure. But in any of those cases, we really want to get a sense of what is it that you've tried and how well has that worked for you. So again, to help in our conversation, we have a few ways for you to participate. We have with us a group of panelists who are here to participate in the discussion. We also invite you to dial in to 1-703-844-3231. Again, that's 1-703-844-3231 if you have any thoughts about your treatment experience that you would like to share. We'd like to hear from you. And you could, of course, continue to submit your written comments for us in that form that's at the below the live stream that you can see on your webpage right now. And we may not be able to read all of those. We will consider all of those as we put together the Voice of the Patient summary report, but we will be sharing some of those as we go throughout the program. So we have two individuals with us today that were not part of that panel, so you've not heard from them. So I'd like to start here first with Sue to ask about what is your assessment of the treatment options that you have available, and what has been your thinking around decision making around taking treatment options. Would like to hear if you want to first start by introducing yourself a little bit and talking about your experience with the treatment options.
Sure, thanks, James. My name is Sue Wong. I am living with hepatitis B, and I also happen to be a physician, and I do primary care, but I also take care of a lot of patients with hepatitis B, and I am involved with the World Hepatitis Alliance, which is an organization that advocates for patients. So for myself, I am currently in the what we call the chronic inactive phase of hepatitis B, meaning my viral load is under 2,000, my liver enzymes have been normal, and so as per the ASLD, EASL guidelines, the Professional Liver Society guidelines, I don't I don't meet the requirements for treatment, so I'm not on anything. And so that can be good and bad, I think. We realize that at this point, we believe that the treatments don't benefit those of us who are in the chronic and active phase. But I feel like I get nervous. I think many of us who are not on any medication sometimes feel anxious that that we're kind of sitting on a ticking time bomb. And even though the data so far says that we may not be at tremendous more risk, there's also some data showing sometimes that viral load in itself and just the chronic inflammation from the virus could potentially increase our risk. So I'm eager to see data. And I also look at the history from HIV and Hep C, which show that at some point they also had cutoffs for treatment, but now for both of those diseases, we treat all. And so some of the history of those diseases kind of makes me think, are we evolving towards that in hepatitis B? So those are my current thoughts.
Sure.
Concerns.
And Sue, that's thank you for sharing that and sharing the perspective of someone that does not yet qualify under treatment guidelines for current medications. But since we are covering different approaches to treatment beyond medicines and medical procedures themselves, I was wondering if you, at this point in your disease experience, have done anything kind of outside of medication, whether that be diet or exercise or anything else that you might be doing to try to help with your disease and its progression?
Sure. Yeah, that's a great question. Whether or not some of these other lifestyle therapies we think help with the liver. And so I think that's a great approach. I think, and this is what I often tell my patients and kind of my belief too, is just to keep the rest of your body healthy, just a whole person approach. Protecting the liver obviously is important. So I make sure I had all my vaccinations like hepatitis A. Fatty liver is a big issue nowadays. And so fatty liver is impacted by having diabetes, being overweight, exercising. And so those are the things that are in my head of what I should do, because even doctors, often aren't listening to their own advice. And I've heard, others say that too. So, but I don't take any herbals or supplements. I know there's a lot out there. Milk thistle is something that there's some studies on. I don't take any of that. And so I generally just try to, have a healthy lifestyle.
Sure. Thank you so much, Sue. So our other discussion group member who you have not heard from yet is Thomas. And so I want to pose this same kind of opening question to you, Thomas. If I'd like to get your thoughts on how well available treatments have been helping you in manage your disease and the disease symptoms, and any thoughts you have about what impact they have had.
So just to introduce myself, yes. I'm Thomas Tu. I'm a scientist who works on the molecular structures of hepatitis B and how it works, how it replicates, how to detect it, all this sort of thing. So I found out I had hepatitis B in my teen years, and I sort of was upset then, but then I sort of tried to find out more and more about the disease and found out that, I could do something about it and got into this sort of pathway to become a scientist. And so I've now been doing that for the last 13 years, concentrating only on hepatitis B. So what when I found out, I was in the immune tolerance phase, as it was then called. I still am, and but with some raised ALT. So I'm in that in-between phase, and I'm currently on tenofovir. That has been fine. In this phase, I haven't had many symptoms. So on the physical front, I don't know if the medication has helped at all, but on the mental front of not feeling like I'm infectious to, family and close contacts, and particularly children, has been such a weight off of my mind after taking this. And just the act of being able to do something against the virus has been sort of empowering. And I think that's a huge part of treatment and the benefits you do get from treatment. In terms of, did you ask about availability as well? Sorry.
No. So this was very helpful. Actually, I have you triggered a question for me. I have a follow-up for you.
Yeah, sure.
Which is, you talked about kind of the weight of knowing that you're not infectious, and that that's allowed you to kind of feel liberated and maybe do more. I was wondering if you could give an example of something that you're now doing or feel more comfortable doing that you weren't so much before you got that treatment.
Oh, I mean, just being able to interact with younger family members and hugging or playing around with them has, is a lot. I'm a lot more comfortable doing that now, and so I guess that's one of the examples that.
Sure. No, that's an important one. So thank you very much, Thomas. And we'll be coming back to this panel throughout. I want to read a couple of the live written comments that have come in, which are also talking about how well current treatments have been able to manage their conditions. And so we have Wen from Tennessee who wrote in that said 5 people in her family have died from liver cancer due to hepatitis B, and she is infected herself. Her sister took interferon and died of liver cancer. Wen is on tenofovir right now, and she's afraid to die prematurely like her family members. So she wanted to make the point that even though she is on treatment, there is still residual fear around that ultimate disease progression. Some other comments, Patrick from the Philippines said that he manages his hepatitis B by eating healthy foods, but is currently not taking any medicine except for supplements. So certainly there's others that maybe are in that kind of state where they're not yet eligible for available treatments, but they're working to stay healthy through other means. So we have Joe from California, who wrote that he's not sure that the hepatitis B meds have helped because he's co-infected with hepatitis D delta, which suppresses his hepatitis B. And then finally, Bright, who you'll also recognize as one of our panelists from the first session, noted that it's hard to really tell how the treatment has impacted his quality of life. His viral load is undetectable, but his liver enzymes fluctuate all the time, and his physical symptoms have not improved. He actually thinks they have gotten worse after treatment for almost 10 years or almost 5 years. So you can see there's a kind of a mixture of what people have tried. I can now see why there might be some of those unsures, not sures, that responded to that polling question, as well as some of that range of the different experiences. So I want to kind of build on this. I think it's very interrelated, and again, encourage people to also call in to our phone line if you'd like to share a comment over the air. So related to how well current symptoms are working, or current treatments are working to help manage symptoms, we also want to get a sense of how taking these different prescribed medications for hepatitis B are affecting your daily life. Now, this could be anything from different side effects of products, the burden to actually need to take these products or visit your doctor. Really anything that you might view as a burden or a downside of needing to take these treatments. And so I'd like to ask Wendy if she might be willing to have a little bit of discussion around this. Wendy's on mute.
Yes, as I told people the other day, I actually just started treatment about a week ago. I started taking entecavir because my liver enzymes, after being fairly stable all my life, has recently elevated. And so my hepatologist thought that it'd be a good time to start taking medication. I have to admit, I've only been on it for a week, so I don't know the effects of the entecavir. I have to say I don't enjoy being on it, even in this first week. I'm already experiencing some mild side effects, but they're irritating, such as itchy skin, just feeling off and not myself. So time will tell whether or not this will be effective. But as Sue has said, I think that anyone with hepatitis B that is not on treatment does feel a level of uncertainty as to what their future holds, and whether or not, because feel like they're not able to take a proactive course other than healthy lifestyle. So it is definitely an unknown when you're not able to take medication. So at least now I know that being on medication, I'll have hopefully a lower chance of getting liver cancer like my mom had.
Sure. And Wendy, do you mind just sharing with us some of the side effects that you were referring to that you've been experiencing?
With entecavir,
Yes.
it's just, it makes me feel foggy, and I don't feel like myself in this past week. And it could be just because I started it and my body might be reacting to it. I don't know, but it's also, I break out in rashes, and it's inconvenient because I have to fast 2 hours before and 2 hours after. So I do not like going 4 hours without eating because I'm a very active person and I'm always hungry. So yeah, it's an inconvenience that way. And I have to go to bed very hungry because I have to fast before.
Sure. Thank you so much. We're getting some live written comments about this question. So Paul from California wrote, I'm currently on Vemlidy for treatment and numerous other meds for issues related to hepatitis B and cirrhosis. Although I was told there would be little to no side effects, I was sort of brain dead for 3 months afterward. I could not think, process, remember, was irrationally emotional, and couldn't even speak properly. It took another 6 months after the initial 3 to start getting back his memory and vocabulary. It also caused digestive issues. He still lives with these issues on a little less scale with the help of more medications. He describes his quality of life as having plummeted once he started treatment. He knows the treatment was necessary and inevitable, but the issues and effects after the fact were just as detrimental, not just physically, but mentally and emotionally. Another comment that I'd like to share is Yvonne from Australia. She says that she had already had early cirrhosis by the time she made it to a specialist for the first time. She's been taking tenofovir for 10 years, which has literally saved her life. Being on tenofovir is not affecting her life much, and she has a positive attitude of gratitude. She has no side effects, and the monthly visits to the specialist clinic are easy because she works at a hospital. Cost is also not an issue because in Australia it's heavily subsidized by the government. She says she would much prefer a drug that could cure her, so she wouldn't have to be on medication long term. She never says lifelong because she believes a cure will be found in her lifetime. But you can see, I think from both Paul and Yvonne's comments, that there's a variability in side effects experienced. I think that probably is true for most any drug. But in either case, there's still an unmet need that exists, something more that they would like from a future therapy, and we'll be talking about that shortly. I'd like to come back to our discussion panel and ask Peter if he would be willing to share with us some of his thoughts about how these prescribed medications might affect his daily life.
Hi.
Hey, Peter.
The medications, I was diagnosed with hepatitis B since 2004. And initially I was taking or prescribed, actually it's called Epivir. And it didn't really help. I had bad side effect, and it didn't reduce my viral load. And it was only about a year later, my GI doctor changed me to TDF. And that was effective. It reduced my viral load to undetectable, and I continued taking it for over 10 years. And it got so routine that I didn't really have any inverse side effect. And I just didn't really affect my quality of life. I mean, didn't have, my life was just normal, regular. I take the medication every day.
Mm-hmm.
And I forgot about that I even have hepatitis B. I just take this medication every night and didn't think about it.
Sure.
But as seen from my video, I recently had a liver transplant because I had stopped the medication for a year and a half based on the advice from my GI doctor. But after my liver transplant, I was switched over to TAF, the Vemlidy, because it's less affected on my kidney. I currently have stage 3 kidney disease as well.
Sure.
But beyond the Vemlidy, I was given the immunoglobulin for 7 days straight after my liver transplant. And now I only take this immunoglobulin HH about every 6 months. Only when my hepatitis B surface antibody is below 250 MIU per milliliter. And so once I get the treatment, it jumps up to 1,000, but then it wears off after about 6 months or so, and then it goes below 250 again, and I repeat the treatment.
Sure.
I don't. The Vemlidy is very similar to the original TDF. I don't have any inverse side effect from taking it.
Thank you so much, Peter. Yeah, thank you for sharing that. We have a live email comment that came in, another example of just another treatment experience and how it may be, side effects might be a bit different from person to person. But Joan from Pennsylvania wrote in saying, she started on lamivudine, but developed drug resistance, so had to change to TDF. But then she developed osteoporosis as a result of TDF, so switched to TAF to decrease her risk of further bone loss. So she's currently on her third hepatitis B antiviral and is worried that if there's no cure in the near future, she may run out of options. So I think this has been really useful conversation around the existing treatments. I want to go to a polling question as we kind of evolve on this and build on this, really, because I think our group here has been talking about what it is that they would want, and whether it's kind of talking about the downsides of things that exist, or maybe their current treatment approaches not going as far as they would like to prevent disease progression, or their fear of disease progression. We want to get a sense from you of what would be most important from a new ideal treatment. And so we're going to go to our polling questions here. If you can go to pollev.com/Hep B. Our question for you right now is, what would be the top 2 most important benefits of an ideal treatment for chronic hepatitis B? And here you can select up to 2 options. Your options are A, being able to stop taking medication after 6 to 12 months. B, experiencing an improved quality of daily life, for example, having less fatigue or joint pain or more energy. C, a loss of hepatitis B surface antigen. D, decreased risk of developing liver cancer. E, eliminate the possibility of transmission to others. Or F, some other important benefit that you would want from an ideal next treatment that would be important to you. And again, you can select up to 2 options here. So I'll give you a minute to think about this. What would be the most important benefits of an ideal new treatment? You can select up to 2 options. All right, so it looks like as it stands, and again, these are percentages of responses, not individuals, because again, here is an option where people are allowed to respond more than once. So that's the percentage of responses overall. But our greatest response is people would like to see a decreased risk of developing liver cancer. That maybe is not surprising given earlier that was one of the biggest worries that was voted. After that, it looks like you'd like to see a loss of hepatitis B surface antigen. Ranked pretty close 3rd and 4th are being able to stop taking medication after 6 to 12 months, and then experiencing an improved quality of life, things like less fatigue or joint pain or more energy. There are individuals, a smaller group, that would like to see the elimination of the possibility of transmission to others, and nobody ranked other, so something that wasn't listed on this slide as something that they would like to see from that next ideal treatment. So let's broaden this discussion and hear from you all about what it is you would like to see from future treatment. I'd like to go to our phones. We have Raj from California who wants to talk a little bit about his treatment experience, but how that can also relate that to how what he's looking for from a better or ideal treatment. So Raj, are you with us?
Yeah, I'm here. Thanks for taking the call.
Yeah, thank you, Raj. If you want to go ahead and introduce yourself and tell us a little bit about your treatments and what you're looking for.
Sure, yeah. So my name is Raj Dhaliwal. I'm based out of California. I actually work for a biopharmaceutical company out here. So for me, an ideal treatment would be one that gives me a functional cure. So I've been taking Viriad for, I almost forgot how long I've taken it now. Definitely over 10 years. So something, for the future would be something that can certainly address the fears I think a lot of us have, which is really something that could lower the probability of liver cancer. So something that would lower our viral load to undetectable levels, something that would protect my liver from inflammation, scarring, fibrosis, or anything that would lead to that end result, which I think a lot of us are fearful of, would be what I would think of as an ideal treatment. So it's not necessarily clearing it out of my body, but essentially having a functional cure where I could have confidence of living a full life.
Sure. No, that's very, very precise and helpful, Raj, so I really do appreciate that comment. Thank you very much. So we have a couple of live email comments that have come in that I'd like to share with you all as well. It's kind of sharing some of treatment experiences, but I think it helps highlight some of what people might be looking for from future treatment. So we had a comment from Tim from the UK. He said he's actually worried about how treatment will impact his life. His latest blood tests have shown an increase in ALT, and the doctor wants to put him on entecavir in order to decrease the viral load in his body. But he's worried about going on lifelong treatment because he learned this could cause life-threatening damage to his liver condition called lactic acidosis. He's also trying to get around the benefits of, still trying to get the benefits of this treatment if it doesn't prevent the complication of chronic hepatitis B, things like cirrhosis or liver cancer. So very much focused on what Tim would like to see. I'd like to go to our discussion panel and actually want to come back to you, Sue, because I'd like to get the perspective of someone who's not yet eligible for a medication and what you would have to say about what you're looking for from an ideal treatment for someone in your situation.
Yeah, that's a good question. This is really important, I think, because we have such great oral medications that are safe, easy to take. They're once a day, very few side effects. And so to go to something, I mean, a lot of the medications, the treatments right now that are being researched are not oral. Some of them are injections. Some of them, may have side effects. And, especially if they're trying to boost the immune system, you may actually not feel well. So we know one of the original treatments for Hep B was interferon, which had more of a potential to actually cure, and where you would lose the surface antigen, but people fell ill often, and it was a 1-year treatment course. And so when the question comes up, would I be willing, would any of us be willing to do, injections for a year, or would it be 6 months with a higher potential of cure, maybe not as high as the Hep C medications, which are like 95%. But when we do it for a 20% chance of cure, or 50% chance of cure, these are all really important questions that we have to think about, and it's going to be different for every person, right? Depending on what you're doing in your job, or what you need to do in life. And I would be willing to do something beyond oral treatment, injections, and I would probably be willing to not feel great, maybe not miserable, but still be able to function in my life. But if I actually knew there was some chance of actually losing the surface antigen, I think it is that important for most of us to eradicate. I feel like it's a little bit like the scarlet letter. You've heard all these stories about stigma. Even as a physician, I feel it. When I go get testing, I'm kind of embarrassed about it, and I'm always trying to figure out, do I disclose it to my dentist? That lives with us, even though my blood test may look perfectly fine. And you, as the researchers may not be measuring that part, that stigma, that part weighs very heavily on a lot of us. So I would be willing to endure, longer treatments if there's some chance that, I would be able to achieve that functional cure.
Sure. And so you also mentioned that you would be able to feel not that great, I think is how you put it. What were you thinking of when you said that? Is it fatigue, nausea? Is there certain things you were thinking?
Right. Of course, it's easier to say that when you're not feeling that, right? Sure. But I'm thinking kind of like how interferon, I know for some people, they feel malaise, they feel like they're fluish. Not everybody does. So sometimes you may not know until you start it, but I know people have endured that for Hep B and for Hep C. And, you do it. And at the end of the year, if you're cured, it definitely makes it worth it. So,
sure.
So I think, a little malaise I could probably handle.
Gotcha. Thank you so much, Sue. We have some comments from the web on what people are looking for from their from an ideal treatment that I'd like to read. Julius from Uganda said that he would prefer the most important benefit of a Hep B treatment is the loss of surface antigen and only taking his pills for a limited period of time, like 1 year. So I think very consistent with what Sue just described. Lindsay from Kentucky wrote in saying that a cure would be ideal, but a functional cure would be welcome too, something that would make passing hepatitis B onto others no longer a risk and would also reduce the chance of cirrhosis and liver cancer, even if not completely removing the virus. And it would also do so with limited side effects, whether used long-term or short-term, preferably short-term use, perhaps no longer than 6 months of treatment. We also heard Chris from Maine, who is a parent of a child with chronic hepatitis B, says an ideal treatment for hepatitis B would act similarly to the current treatment for hepatitis C, completely eradicating the virus. Any treatment that would require ongoing indefinite regimen of pills, similar to the current HIV treatment, would be ineffective in resource-poor regions and countries. And then we have Ronald from California, who said in his ideal treatment would be 1 pill taken only once, or if not possible, then 1 pill taken daily for 1 month, resulting in the loss of hepatitis B surface antigen and normalization of ALT, AST, and reversibility of any fibrosis, all of which are sustained as cure forever. So we're hearing a lot, about cure and, different definitions, functional cure, complete cure. I'd like to go to Joe on our discussion group to maybe add to that discussion and give some of your thoughts around cure.
Thank you. Yeah, well, I was sort of chomping at the bit because I really want to get out the concerns about interferon as part of a cure or treatment. Okay, so I got interferon for hepatitis D in the clinical trial, and I reacted very, very badly. The only times I've had real symptoms since I first got hepatitis B in the mid-70s was from the interferon a little over a year ago in the clinical trial. And I have been able to talk to people working in research at Vir Biotechnology in San Francisco and at Janssen Pharmaceuticals. And one researcher said to me, this was her own opinion, she said that there are people who are really stuck on using interferon, and there are other people in research who feel we have to work on alternatives. And speaking as someone who really went to a frightening place with interferon, I just am hoping that research will go into treatments that don't include interferon.
Thank you so much for adding to that, Joe. So I think we're at a point where I want to spend some time talking about how we get to that next ideal treatment. And again, Dr. Locke set this out so beautifully early on, where she said we need our patients, our community to come together and participate in trials, because if nobody participates, then there won't be those next treatments. And so we want to, drill down on that and really understand what it is, that those of you in this community would be willing to, what type of clinical trial you'd be able to be willing to participate in. What would be, key decision-making factors for you about that. And so to help us get into that discussion, we have a series of polling questions. This would be our final polling questions for the day to help us get a sense of your experiences and your thoughts about clinical trial participation. So we have 3 questions for you, and our first is asking you about what are the top factors that would help you decide on whether to participate in a clinical trial for an experimental hepatitis B treatment. And here we're giving you the option to select up to 3 choices. So what are the top 3 things that would be a key decision-making factor for you? Your options are A, how the treatment might improve your physical well-being, things like fatigue, pain. We talked a lot about these earlier today. B, how the treatment might improve your emotional well-being, whether it be things like stigma or anxiety and depression. C, the distance and time it would take to travel to the study site, so that's where the clinical trial is being conducted. D, the risk of common or less severe side effects, so these would be things like headache or nausea. They might be more common, but less severe relative to other types of side effects. E, the risk of rare, more serious side effects. These examples of this might include elevated liver enzymes or ALT flares. F would be the amount of time it would take to participate or impact your daily life. G, the way that treatments are administered, for example, whether it's a pill versus an injection. Or H, some other factor that's not listed on this slide that would be a top factor for you in deciding whether to participate in a clinical trial for an experimental hepatitis B treatment. So I'll give you some time to think about this. Please select up to 3 options. So while results are coming in, it looks like the top choice, again, these are percentages of responses, so that the top ranked factor would be the risk of rare, more serious side effects. After that, it looks like how the treatment might improve your physical well-being, impacting things like fatigue. After that, those are, I think, by and large, the top first and second. After that, there's a little bit more of a clustering of a number of factors, the amount of time that it would take to participate or impact your daily life, the risk of common, less severe side effects, distance and time it takes to travel, and the way that treatments are administered. However, every single option has been selected by participants today. We do have some people saying that being able to treat or improve your emotional well-being would be important, and some people have said other as well. So we'll definitely want to explore why it is you chose the choices that you've made here in terms of your top three. We want to understand where maybe you would draw the line on any of these things, why you selected them as your top choices. So if we can go to our next polling question. So here we're asking, if you decided to enroll in a clinical trial for an experimental hepatitis B medication, would you be willing to accept the following routes of administration? And here you can select all that apply. So your options are A, an intravenous or IV infusion that's given over 1 hour weekly, and this would be for a duration of 6 to 12 months. A subcutaneous or injection that is under your skin. It's not a muscle injection. That's given weekly or monthly for up to 1 to 2 years. 2 or 3 pills that are taken every day for up to 6 to 12 months. A combination, if you would only do A and C, please select D. And then if you would only do a combination of B and C, which would be the subcutaneous injection and pills, but not IV, please select E. So think about this. I know we've given you a number of different options to consider, but we want to get a sense of what are the different routes of administration that you would be willing to have administered in a clinical trial. All right, I'll give you a few more moments to think about this. So it looks like the greatest response is 2 or 3 pills taken every day for up to 6 to 12 months. A number of you would also be willing to take a subcutaneous injection under the skin. Kind of far fewer being willing to do an IV infusion that's given over an hour period of time weekly. A number of people are willing to do the subcutaneous injection and pills, and very few people would be willing to do the infusion plus pills. So thank you very much for your responses here. And then for our final polling question on this. So here we want to know, if you decided to enroll in a clinical trial for an experimental hepatitis B medication, would you be willing to accept the following routes of administration? So this looks like it is a repeat. Is there by chance a next polling question? No. Okay, so apologize for the repeat question. We'll actually move now to the discussion. So here we want to get this sense from you of, what were those key factors that would make a difference in your choice to participate in a clinical trial. And we actually have a phone caller, Chris from Maine, who wants to talk about this very idea of what it is that she would be willing to do, what she would be views as important for participating in clinical trials. Chris, are you with us?
Yes, I am. Thank you.
Thank you, Chris. Please do introduce yourself and share your thoughts about clinical trial participation.
I am the parent of a child with hepatitis B, and what I would like to date, she has not required any treatment, but what concerns me most of all in
clinical trials historically conducted in the United States is the historic short shrift that has been given to women, minority communities, low-income people, and people for whom English is a second language. We have an abysmal track record on that. And so I want to underscore that any clinical trial needs to embrace and involve those communities, especially given the fact that most people living with chronic hepatitis B in this country are often immigrants, people in minority communities. And I would just like to seize on something the American Medical Association wrote when it talked about problems with health equity and one day developing a vaccine for COVID-19. They point out there is widespread and persistent underrepresentation of minoritized communities in national clinical trials, despite growing evidence that whether for environmental or genetic reasons, drugs have different effects on different populations. Thus, the lack of representation could have direct implications on the efficacy of future hepatitis B treatments. You know, time and time again, we know that people who get involved in clinical trials have quality health care, have doctors that can connect them to clinical trials. They have resources, they have health insurance, which is why we have such a preponderance of white Americans participating in clinical trials. Going back to the AMA's recommendation to increase representation, trusted sources must be enlisted to help educate and recruit underrepresented groups, and barriers like transportation, time off work, and child care must be addressed to ensure full participation. I really believe that time and effort has to be made to involve physicians who serve these historically underserved communities and are at high risk of hepatitis B, including Asian Pacific Islanders and especially the African immigrant community. And again, these doctors need to have staff who speak languages to fully inform people of all aspects of clinical trial participation. So that's it. Thank you for listening.
No, thank you. Very poignant points that you made, and I think extremely relevant and important for us and for our colleagues at FDA and in drug development to hear. So thank you so much, Chris, for dialing in today to share that with us. We have another phone caller that I would like to go to, Karen from California, who would like to discuss what it is that she would be willing to do to participate in a study and perhaps a little bit of how that might be different today than in the past. So Karen, are you with us?
Yes, I am. Thank you. I guess I'm, again, talking about aging as an older person. So what I would be willing to tolerate in the way of a trial and treatment, during a trial, it's probably a little bit different now than it might have been when I was younger. I would have been willing to put up with more, maybe higher ALT flares or less comfortable side effects than I would now that I'm older. But it would also depend a lot, and this ties in a little bit with what Chris was just saying. It would have a lot to do with how well I was being monitored, and I think the area of monitoring is there's kind of a big gaping hole there still, and the fact that people can now be on daily antivirals, I think in some ways hasn't helped because it's kind of lulled us into the sense that if we just take our daily pill, the monitoring might not be so important. And I think, Peter's story was really hit me hard as far as how quickly he developed such a life-threatening problem after discontinuing the treatment. And there's obviously was some kind of a gap in monitoring that happened there, or he would never have gotten into that situation. And of course, you get concerned during a trial, participating in a trial, especially, if you have to travel great distances to be monitored, or just generally how thorough the monitoring would be. And there are a lot of barriers to this, and I think also we don't always necessarily have the best tools for monitoring yet. I've personally experienced some problems with determining exactly how bad my cirrhosis is or was, and we've gone from needle biopsies or laparoscopic biopsies to doing more of the fibroscan now, and but I think there are questions about how reliable that is. So one big concern I would have if I went into a trial is how well would I be being monitored, and how accurate would that monitoring be, and what would be the effect of that, on my future health.
Sure. Oh, thank you, Karen. Very, I think, perhaps unique topic, one that would definitely fall into that other category. So I really appreciate you calling in and sharing that. We have one more phone caller, but before we go there, I actually want to come to Jackie on our discussion panel. And we've talked a lot about some of these different considerations, key factors for participating in clinical trials. So Jackie, I was wondering, when you were looking at that polling question, what was it that popped out to you as being most important? What factors would you consider for clinical trial participation?
All right, sure. Thank you, James, for this opportunity, and Happy Foundation for giving us this opportunity to participate. When I look at the polling question, I think there's one thing missing, which is not an option, which is that you want a clinical trial that is sort of give you a high hope of a cure, functional cure or real cure, which I think is most important. We are looking for a cure. All right, that's very important. So as long as it's effective, if you guarantee me that you're going to get a cure after injection of 6 months, yeah, I will do it. You understand what I'm talking about? Because I don't want to take the medication for the rest of my life. However, there's also, I think there are promising point is that there are so many clinical trials, so many research and support going on for hepatitis B now. So I think we have a very good chance of getting a cure in the near future, probably, hopefully within 5 or 10 years, or hopefully less. Then ideally, obviously, we don't want an injection. I think the most important thing is that you have a Hep C cure. You have a single combination pill, a single pill that can be taken for 12 weeks, and you can get rid of 99% would be cured. And we Hep B, we have been research and study for much longer than Hep C, and probably also not much longer than HIV. And therefore, I think there's no excuse that the scientist has to find a cure, hopefully soon. I have been working as a scientist for the past 30 years. I've been doing research. I'm a very vigorous scientist, and I also now a professor in the medical school. I teach, hepatitis, anti-hepatitis drug in the past 10 years. And I also been involved in the social support groups on social media. We have seen many patients. And there's one point that I think is missing from this meeting is that there's one key point that everyone is missing is that we are so lucky. I am lucky because my brother is not lucky, because when he was diagnosed, he is already in liver cirrhosis with liver cancer. And you don't want to live with liver cirrhosis or liver cancer for the rest of the life. Mm-hmm. You want to live on a single medication like what we are doing now that I've been taking. I've been taking the antiviral. I'm lucky that I started with entecavir, which is low viral resistance, and then I now switched to a TAF, which is, is pretty safe. It's probably the most safe drug. I have no obvious side effect. I think this is something that is a really, really good medication for suppression Hep B already. Yeah. There's no excuse. If anyone is eligible for treatment, they should get on treatment. This drug has been there for decades. Sure. It's very, very cheap. And obviously, the first thing, of course, prevention, vaccination, I think is still a big gap there. And then the people, if they have a hepatitis B with elevated liver enzyme, you should encourage them to get treatment as early as possible. And obviously, through research, we can find a simple pill that we can take a short period of time to treat them. Yeah, then that would be great. Yeah.
Yeah, no, thank you, Jackie. And I think, wow, it was such a powerful place to end with, right where you started, which was, we should be, for you and probably many others, we should be thinking about what is that thing that's going to be that cure, and that hope that a treatment could have the effect that would be that ultimate or functional cure. So I think that ties everything very kind of us back full circle to where we started, of what are the burdens that still do exist for this community, and now what it is that we're looking for from future treatment, and the fact that those same things that we're looking for from future treatment are the things that we're looking for from our clinical trials. So I want to thank our discussion panelists here for joining us, adding to the discussion. Thank all of you that tuned into this. This concludes our second topic, which is our wrapping up our patient input for the day. And we're about to transition to some final closing remarks. But before we do that, I just want to, as your moderator and my our collectively first virtual ever patient-focused drug development meeting, thank each and every one of you that took the time out of your busy lives. I know you've told us today that you're juggling so much. There's so much to deal with that can be tiring from your own having to manage this condition, and there's so much direct physical impacts, as well as the worry and stress of the future. And so I just want to thank you as your meeting moderator for being so courageous today to pull back the curtain on what it is to live with chronic hepatitis B. I think you've helped educate us all. Certainly, even someone who's been involved with the planning today have learned so much. So truly, it's been my pleasure. Want to thank all of you for giving me this chance to be kind of hearing and working with you, for over this period of time, as limited as it has been. So it's a rare type of opportunity, not one that often where we bring together a patient community, where we're really asking you to not necessarily perhaps focus on the positive or the hope, but really to teach us about what it really is like, and that takes kind of that special commitment from all of you. So I want to as we're moving in to the final closing remarks, just want to remind everybody that there is today, this is not the end. This is not the end of your ability to give us input. If right now you're thinking, I wish there's this one additional comment I wish I could have said, please go into that comment box right now and type that in and send that to us. You'll be able to do so until the end of the month. If it will be there. You'll also hear shortly a way that you can email in comments. It won't end here, because we're going to continue to look at everything that you've sent in throughout today, everything that we haven't had that chance to read out loud. And we're going to look at it all, and we're going to summarize that in that Voice of the Patient report, that summary report that the Hepatitis B Foundation will be putting together to submit to the FDA to put on the web, so that way all of our drug developers and researchers and clinicians, and even all of you in the patient community will have that chance, that opportunity to look and view that report and use it as a resource. And what I personally hope that will, it will be outdated shortly, I hope. I hope that we have those next therapies, that cure that comes for you. And so, hopefully we'll be needing to update the state of the burden of hepatitis B and the unmet medical needs that exist. And just a reminder also, if you tuned in at any point today and didn't get to see the full program, we encourage you to come back. Know that we're going to post the link to the program here on this webpage. You'll be able to, or it'll be archived here on this webpage, so you'll be able to watch it on demand anytime. At this same link, you can watch the full program. And again, through June 30th, you'll be able to enter in any additional comments that you might have. So with that, I would like to introduce our first closing speaker, who's going to be providing a summary of what he heard today. And I feel that I need to at least say that that's a tall task, and it is not actually possible to fully summarize all of what is heard. But hopefully you'll be hearing some of the key themes that came out from what all of you shared today. And so it's my pleasure to introduce our summary remarks speaker, Mr. Larry Bauer. He's a colleague of mine at Hyman, Phelps & McNamara, where he's a senior regulatory drug expert. Before that, Larry spent 17 years as a research nurse at the National Institutes of Health. After that, he went to the FDA, where he was one of the co-founders of the Rare Diseases Program within the Center for Drug Evaluation and Research, where he worked for 10 years before retiring from the government and working with me in patient-focused drug development. So there's probably not anyone better to do this summary. Larry, take it away.
Thank you, James. I really appreciate this opportunity. I want to congratulate the Hepatitis B Foundation and the Baruch Blumberg Institute on being pioneers in this very first virtual patient-focused drug development meeting that I think was incredibly successful. I'd also like to once again thank Dr. Mishra from the FDA and all the FDA staff that are here. I know when I worked at the FDA that we would learn from these meetings, and they're very helpful, especially when trying to evaluate the benefit risk of any new drug treatment. It's important to understand what's important to patients and what they look for in treatments when trying to make that risk evaluation. So like James said, I'm going to try in a few minutes to give a very high level overview of some of the points I heard. We've heard that hepatitis B is a serious and life-threatening disease that in the US can affect up to 2 million people, and worldwide maybe 257 million people, with 600,000 deaths annually. So this is a significant disease, a significant health problem. The goal of treatment overall is to eliminate the hepatitis B virus, to prevent cirrhosis and liver cancer, and to improve quality of life for people that are living with hepatitis B, and importantly, to help reduce the stigma associated with the disease. There's several different treatments that are available right now. We've heard about PEG interferon with the every week injections, but also that it has many side effects, and also about the antiviral treatments that are available, entecavir, tenofovir DF, and tenofovir AF. These are oral once-a-day meds with fewer side effects, but they require long-term, maybe lifelong use, and they might be effective in suppressing the virus, but they don't eliminate the virus. And it sounds like there's many new drugs in development, which is encouraging, with possibly over 27 trials. And for hepatitis D, which we heard about, it's not as well known as hepatitis B, and it only occurs in people that already have a hepatitis B infection. It causes higher risk of cirrhosis and cancer, and the oral antivirals might not be as effective in treating this, but there are 5 trials currently going on for hepatitis D as well. So after hearing the first panel, this was about living with chronic hepatitis B. What are the symptoms and the impacts? It was interesting. Sometimes people weren't aware that they had hepatitis B, and they didn't find out until maybe having a pregnancy or starting to develop side effects. We learned that in some cultures there are taboos about talking about disease, and so this prevents people from communicating openly and honestly with each other about the disease. We've also learned that hepatitis B is one of the common ways of transferring this is during childbirth from mother to child, and that this can be prevented if the parents are aware and if they inform their OBGYN. Some of the symptoms that people reported were when there are liver problems, jaundice, and yellowing of the skin and eyes. There can be, one of the primary symptoms people talked about was fatigue, One person said, I wake up every morning feeling tired before I even trying to do anything, and even after 12 hours of sleep. We heard about muscular pain, the development of liver fibrosis and liver cancer. It sounded like several people had family members that developed cancer, and said, I don't want to suffer the same fate as my brother who died from liver cancer. And some of the other important symptoms we heard about were the psychosocial and symptoms. A lot of talk about shame and embarrassment related to the diagnosis, the impacts of social isolation, worries about the future, and kind of chronic anxiety, and a lot of discussion about fear of developing liver cancer in the future sometime. The impacts, it affects people's jobs. We heard about even their child being kicked out of daycare, which is unimaginable, discrimination in the workplace, and people refer to the term coming out, like that they're fearful of coming out and the judgments that might come along with that. When it comes to the treatments, there's many people are taking antivirals, but they can become ineffective over time, but they do lead to some people having an undetectable viral load. One of the issues of these treatments are that they're often lifelong, and people, anytime you have to take a lifelong medication every day, it gets tiring, and sometimes people stop taking the medicine for a short period of time, and they can often develop consequences from that. It's hard to keep up this regimen. We heard from one gentleman who actually went into complete liver failure and was in a coma for 10 days, ending up in having to have a liver transplant. And that has its own medications and treatments to help prevent rejection. And those treatments are often toxic and can include renal toxicities. Some of the things that people said that they would like to have a pill that they could only take for a short time. So it wasn't every day. They'd like to see a finite length of treatment. Everybody, I think, would like to see a cure, but they would be happy with a functional cure that suppressed the hepatitis B surface antigen. And for clinical trials, people want to make sure that the benefits outweigh the risks. I think that we heard some people would consider taking, an injection or an IV treatment if they thought that it could help. And most importantly, people are very concerned about additional risks in a new treatment that they would not want to, cause further problems than they already have. Some of the most important benefits were that it would decrease the risk of liver cancer and that they would test negative for the virus. And so I think that was the summary of some of the points I missed. I couldn't cover everything, but it was a very informative meeting. And I really thank all the panelists and all the participants from all over the world. This was a kind of a unique meeting in that way, that we heard from people from Africa, from Europe, and it was good to have everybody included. So thank you.
Great. Thank you, Larry. Great. Quite a comprehensive summary, and I think just a preview for what we'll see ultimately in that Voice of the Patient report. So now to offer some closing remarks, it's my pleasure to introduce Dr. Robert Gish. Dr. Gish is the medical director of the Hepatitis B Foundation, a clinical professor at the University of Nevada School of Medicine and the University of California Skaggs School of Pharmacy and Pharmaceutical Sciences. He previously served as the medical director of the liver transplant program at the California Pacific Medical Center, then as section chief of hepatology at the University of San Diego. Dr. Gish is truly an internationally renowned expert. So, Dr. Gish, take it away.
Great. Thanks so much for having me and inviting me. And I've appreciated the Hepatitis B Foundation asking me to be their medical director. I think I'm 7 years into this. I want to extend also, most importantly, the thanks to all the patients for participating in this. This was a forum for patients to be here, for us to listen. I really want to compliment the FDA for being so open for this patient advocate dialogue. Dr. Mishra has been fantastic, and the rest of the FDA team's been incredible. I've been interacting with them through the HBV forum as well. It's just incredible. Dr. Bauer, thank you for your closing comments. And of course, Sherry, Maureen, Joan, what you communicate is so much because you listen to the patients that are here. Dr. Anna Locke unlocked the door by the introductory presentation and highlighted what we can do for hepatitis B today. But I really want to highlight we can't manage hepatitis B if people aren't tested. And right now, the testing recommendations are this risk-based testing, which we know fails. That's why so few people know they have the diagnosis. And our Hepatitis B Foundation efforts is to screen all adults for hepatitis B with this triple diagnostic panel. And it's really part of what we're trying to do is what we think all adults should know their ABCs, which you should know your hepatitis A, B, and C status and put this together as a package. One thing I heard today that was very interesting was the issue of social distancing. I had not really gotten that concept about hepatitis B before. I've been hearing it about coronavirus, of course, for 5 months now. But this really is part of the hepatitis B world, and we really need to reduce stigma so we don't have to have social distancing with hepatitis B, and it doesn't impact people's interest in marriage and relationships and career and school and many of the other things that the patients brought forward today. I learned so much about how symptomatic hepatitis B could be. I know I've heard it from Joan before, but hearing it again and again really makes me more, I think, sensitive provider. I work in an FQHC. We have 42 languages, and hepatitis B is a big part of my practice here in San Diego, as well as California and Nevada. So I think this was an incredibly successful forum. I think we got more input from people around the world because we did it by Zoom instead of trying to fly everybody in from various places, which of course is logistical, even if we don't have a pandemic ongoing. So thank you, patients. Thank you, advocates. Thank you, FDA. Thank you, Hepatitis B Foundation, and all the leaders and participants and moderators today. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Gish. And now to close out the meeting, I'd like to invite back Dr. Sherry Cohen.
Thank you very much, James. I don't know if my slides are up. I can't see them. But there they are. Thank you very much. So just some concluding remarks. Thank you, everyone. I hope that all the panelists and attendees found this to be a worthwhile and engaging experience. It was for me. I learned an incredible amount. I think my hands are tired just from taking so many notes from the last 4 hours. But I wanted to inform you all about the next steps. Evaluation forms for the meeting are available now. They will be online until June 30th. So anyone who registered or participated will get an email with that link, or you can just click through from here. The email comment line will also be open until June 30th. So if anyone has any additional comments that they would like to share with us, you can email your comments to comments@hepb.org until June 30th. A recording of today's meeting will be available soon at hepb.org, and it will live on our website in perpetuity for people to be able to watch and share. Additionally, the Hepatitis B Foundation will be preparing a summary report from this meeting, as James mentioned, and that report will also be available on our website probably by the fall of 2020. Next slide, please. In addition to the thank yous that Dr. Gish offered, I just wanted to thank all of the people who participated today. Thank you to Dr. Poonam Mishra. Sue Wong and I had this idea about 2 years ago and brought it up to Poonam and she at the FDA, and she was really supportive. So thank you to all of the FDA officials and other drug development stakeholders that tuned in today to listen and to learn. We hope that you'll be able to take back what you learned today and help to put the patient perspective at the forefront. Thank you very much to the FDA Center for Drug Evaluation and Research, especially Megan Achalasani and Shannon Cole for walking us through this process over the past year. It was very, very helpful. Thank you so much to our clinical experts who spoke today, Dr. Mishra, Dr. Locke, Dr. Gish, and Dr. Block, for adding your knowledge and your thoughts with us. A very special thank you to our 12 panelists and the most amazing Just Be storytellers who have shared so much time and dedication to this cause and who bravely and without reservation have shared their experiences with us. Thank you to the tireless and dedicated Hepatitis B Foundation team. I know that we together are 8 people who do the work of about 800. So thank you for helping today become a reality. Thank you to James Valentine and Larry Bauer for helping us to plan this meeting. Really, your expertise has been incredible. James, thank you for sharing your moderator skills with us today. I don't know how you did it. I watched from behind the scenes. I couldn't do it. So thank you for doing it for us. And finally, thank you to the team at Dudley Digital World, John, Eric, Kyle, Corey, and others. I know there were lots of people behind the scenes. We weren't sure what we were going to do in March. Were we going to try and do this live and push it off until 2021? That wasn't a great option because patients need to be heard today. And so we decided to move this digital, didn't have any idea how we would make it work. But with the team that we put together and James and Larry and Dudley Digital, we were able to do it and couldn't have done it without you. So for everyone who joined today, thank you very much. If you don't want to wait for the official recording to be up there, you can actually re-click on this live stream anytime, and you will be able to re-watch the meeting and just skip to the parts that you wanted to hear about. And I think we are done at this point. So please stay tuned for the report and for the recording to be up on our website. And with that, I would like to close today's meeting. So on behalf of the Hepatitis B Foundation, thank you for joining us. We wish everyone the best. Stay safe and be well. Bye-bye.